Costs and terms.
A little cooler today with temperatures still in the upper 60s and low 70s. A little breezy at times, but plenty of sunshine to go around. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of the Medal of Honor recipient who inspired the movie Lone Survivor. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Supreme Court justices are hearing oral arguments on the legality of President Trump's sweeping tariffs imposed on dozens of countries. The president used the Emergency Economic Powers Act, passed in the 70s, to do it. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, though, says that act was actually put in place to limit presidential power.
It seems a little inconsistent to say that we have to interpret a statute that was designed to constrain presidential authority, consistent with an understanding that Congress wanted the president to have essentially unlimited authority.
The question government lawyers say is whether regulating imports is the same as imposing tariffs. Democratic wins in almost all the races that were held on Tuesday, including in New York City, where self-described Democratic Socialist Zoran Mandami says voters have given him a mandate to implement changes that will help all New Yorkers, not just the rich. And this is day 36 of the federal government shutdown. It's now the longest in U.S. history. This is ABC News. The Trump administration is reportedly in talks working with drug makers to lower the cost of weight loss drugs Wegovy and Zepbound to $150 instead of $500 per month. Apple looking to roll out a new low-cost laptop that could be run with an iPhone processor. Bloomberg says it would cost less than $1,000. The worst thing that's ever happened to one family in Phoenix may provide the best hope for dozens of other people. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
A week ago, Dylan Scalina, like any other 12-year-old, was looking forward to Halloween. But when he got home from trick-or-treating, he suffered a fatal brain aneurysm. He had talked during his life about being an organ donor, and his parents have honored his wish to help others.
I feel like they're very blessed, especially whoever's getting his heart.
Megan Scalina is Dylan's mother.
They get a big piece of Dylan that made him who he was. He had so much love.
Today would have been Dylan's 13th birthday. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes, and you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40, 1 more if you're not physically active, another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes, another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger, 2 if you're very overweight, and 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio pre-diabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Colorado voters have approved 2 measures to fund the Healthy Meals for All program. Propositions LL and MM both passed with comfortable margins. The $950 million Vibrant Denver bond package passed easily. All 5 parts of the package received at least 60% yes votes. The package will pay for about 6 capital projects over the next 6 years. Referendum 310 passed with more than 71% of the vote, upholding Denver's flavored tobacco product ban. Colorado Black Roundtable Director John Bailey, a proponent of upholding the ban.
We turned out to let folks know and to send a message not only for the city, but possibly even to the rest of the state.
Denver voters also approved changing how at-large city council members are selected. There will be a lot of changes in the Aurora City Council. Democrats lead in all of the races, and it appears that 3 incumbent Republicans will be defeated. And in the Douglas County School Board race, the 4 progressive candidates are leading. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we're looking better now. 6th Avenue's recovered after the earlier crash that lingered there at Knox Court. Coming out of Lakewood looks good. We're still seeing some traffic coming up out of the Tech Center from Orchard, I-25 South into downtown. 270's running a little slow also. No big problem spots, no new accidents. Of course, we do have the rock scaling underway today. We've already had one closure. It has since been reopened, but coming down Floyd Hill is running a little heavy there on I-70 westbound. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Need better sleep? Score huge deals on your perfect bed at Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale. Stop in today and let the sleep experts find the right upgrade for your unique needs. Mattress Firm. They make sleep easy.
Heading into the holidays is a great time to invest in yourself. With incredible devices like the M-Sculpt Neo and M-Face, over at Regen Revolution, you can strengthen muscles, tighten skin, lift your confidence, all without surgery or downtime. Step into the holiday season feeling powerful, refreshed, and proud of your progress. Give them a call, 303-292-9992, or online at RegenRev, that's RegenRev.com.
People who worked at Rocky Flats may have serious health issues. If you worked at Rocky Flats or any other DOE nuclear site, I want you to be aware of a federal program offering up to $400,000 tax-free and free home health care for life. Trusted Ally Home Care can check if you qualify. Now, if you worked at Rocky Flats or any other DOE weapons site, I want you to contact Trusted Ally today. Call them at 720-881-9633 or go online, trustedally.com. Address hair loss for the same simple one-day treatment I received, advancedhair.com.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now. Michael Brown is on the move.
We want you to come with us.
From 6:30 KHOW to KOA, 9 to noon.
Please come with us because you don't know how much we love you guys.
Starting Monday.
I'm very excited about it.
Over on KOA.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the only show of its kind. I hope everybody is having a great day out there. You know what our goal is? If you listen to this show day in and day out, our goal is to help you. Maybe a contractor took money from you. Maybe you just got a question. In fact, today, I'm going to call Real Estate Day. I'll tell you why. Brad O'Brien's with us. And it doesn't matter if it's commercial or residential. If you have any questions on real estate, maybe a neighbor put up a fence. We had a great one yesterday, Brad. We really did. It's the same old question. The neighbor has a fence that encroaches on their property. There's supposed to be a setback as well. But beyond the setback, if you look at where the exact lot line is, it's 18 inches on the guy's side. And what do you do about it? We talked about it yesterday, and I'll ask you about that. But it's kind of crazy to think you can't really tear it down. You could be in trouble if you tear it down. But you get the idea. I mean, what do you do? And I want to get your advice on that. But any problem you have, maybe you hired a contractor or a roofer or someone to come out, and they didn't finish a job, or it's a horrible job. I had a call this morning on the way in. On the way in, I talked to someone that was, he was upset with one of our referral list members, Paragon Services. I'm not quite sure why he was upset. And I'll talk about that too. It was an interesting call. I spent about 30 minutes talking to the guy. Really good guy, but I couldn't get past one point, and I'll get into that. But 303-713-8255. That is the phone number, 303-MARTINO. That number, of course, works on and off the air. We got 3 lines open, 303-MARTINO. You can always email us. Tell your neighbors, tell everybody. At help, H-E-L-P, at troubleshooter.com. By the way, welcome, Brad. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing fine, Mark.
So real quick on that fence, and I'm going to go to Janine. What can someone do? What happens if we are neighbors and there's no doubt your fence is 18 inches or even further onto my property. So if I go down there and just tear it down, I'm pissed. I told you to move it. You don't move it. And I just say, you know what? I'm done. You go somewhere for the weekend. You come back and the fence is gone. What can happen?
Well, if you tear down the other neighbor's fence,
even though it's on your property,
you could be held liable for property damage. But before we even get to that question, we have to find out some basic questions. Where's the property line? So have you had a surveyor mark their corners?
Yeah, in this case, the guy said there was a survey and it was definitely on that side. But the neighbor's like, so?
Yeah, well, so the starting point is to know where the property line is. Next step is, whose fence is it? We don't know.
The neighbor built it.
Many times these go back decades.
Nope, this went back probably 5-6 years.
Okay.
And they did have a different neighbor at that time. So in other words, the reason the survey was done, when this guy bought the house 4 or 5 years ago, that's when he discovered that because the bank made him get a survey. So they had the survey, and that's how they knew it was 18 inches on his side. And he kept telling the guy, I want you to move it, I want you to move it, I want you to move it. And the guy just refused. So that's kind of where it's at.
Okay. Well, if it's truly an encroachment, then...
You got to take him to court, though, don't you? Or do you think you could tear it down?
There's a practical answer and a legal answer. Practically, to keep good neighbor relations, you let them know that what the issue is. Hey, there's an encroachment. Looks like you built your fence on my property, and give them an opportunity to move it.
5 years.
Okay.
This guy gave him 5 years.
Okay.
So at what point, and Tom and I were talking about this yesterday, at what point can you just tear it down? Or do you literally have to take him to court?
Well, we have to also consider adverse possession, whether that
5 years.
Okay, but you have to consider whether it's been there for 18 years or more.
Yep.
In which case, they might be in the right location.
Then you have a court battle.
Right. Okay.
It's weird. I just wonder, seriously, the guy goes away for a weekend and he comes back and the guy finally had it. And let's say, I don't know if the guy's given them written notice, but let's say he does have some form of documents stating, that he's asked them to move it 100 million times.
The easy answer is that you can go to court and you have the court declare that this is an encroachment and an order, enter injunctive relief ordering the other neighbor to remove the fence. Your question is harder. Can you just go and take down the fence?
It is harder because really then you're kind of outside the realm of what you do, real estate, because if he accidentally, let's take it a little absurd. Let's say he was parking a car on my property and he just kept doing it. Yeah. I mean, do I have the right to go destroy his car? I would think
no, of course not. No, and that's more of a temporary nature of car. That can be more. And when the car's not there, you can put up a little barrier, like maybe a foot-high concrete something to stop that.
Well, okay, let's even go a little further. What happens if this guy bought it, he had to have the survey done, and, 10 years before that, I want to stay under that 18, 10 years before that, the guy built a nice mother-in-law house or a very nice garage or something else that comes 2 or 3 feet over that's not a fence that might have cost $100,000.
Yeah. If they put a house over the property line or some kind of in-law situation, that's where you do need to go to court because you're not going to
take half their house.
That house and it's gone. That's a lot of money at risk. But a fence is relatively small amount of money that's at issue. I mean, I think you could remove the fence and just put it on their lawn.
Yeah.
And
that's what I would do.
Fine, but you might be inviting a lawsuit.
That's what I do. But I looked at it this way. This is what I said yesterday. I said, let's put the ball in their hands. So instead of me having to go out and sue them to remove it, I rather just remove it, put it on their yard, then they can sue me and I'll defend because I think my defense is great. Yeah. If I've literally told him 5 times, now he's going to have to come out of money first is what I'm saying. And then my countersuit would be how much it costs to get that damn thing down.
Yeah, well, I got to say that many problems that people bring to me have a practical answer that's better than the legal answer.
Yeah.
And I do try to keep people out of court and to not have them waste money going to court.
That's a good way to look at it. We'll get back into that. Hey, Janine, what's going on with this photo ticket? What is it? Photo radar? What is it?
Yes, photo radar is a speeding ticket.
Where did it happen?
It was in Kersey, on County Road 49 going north.
And how fast were you going?
So actually my daughter was driving my car, so it was posted 55 everywhere, except for, I guess, one spot was 45, and it was 73. And I'm fine to pay the speeding ticket. This is the problem. So when we got the photo ticket in the mail, it's for $340. And when you look at the citation, or it says, in violation of this ordinance, the ordinance is 2025-0004. And when we look it up online, it says it's an ordinance for alcohol licensing and tasting.
Can you take a picture and send that ticket to me? I want to see if it's even a true ticket. Can you send that to me if I, by text right now?
Yes.
All right, hold on. Kelly's going to pick up. I'm going to take a break. She's going to get that info from you. I want to see exactly what we're talking about. So everybody hold tight. 303-713-8255. 2 lines open.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation honors America's heroes. Heroes like Josh Bischoff. Josh began his firefighting career as a volunteer and ultimately became CAL FIRE's Assistant Chief of Tactical Air Operations until tragedy struck and he was killed in a helicopter collision while fighting a California wildfire. He leaves behind his wife Cheryl and their 2 children, Derek and...
Have you guys heard about House Bill 1090?
Which one is it?
Just passed.
Was it the 950?
No. Service providers and professionals have to disclose.
All right, let me tell you about a company I absolutely love. DiscountBath.com. Why do I love thee? I'll tell you why. They're right at our house right now. You want a new bathroom. I don't care if it's a master bathroom, a hall bath, like they're doing for us right now. Or if you're just building, a different bathroom in your house, maybe the kids' Jack and Jill bathroom, if those are still around. But any bathroom, discount price. Maybe you want a steamer. Maybe you want heated tile floors. They can do it. Maybe it's a fix and flip. Maybe it's just a tub to shower conversion. Call them up just like Suzanne and I did. You're never going to be so happy. You're going to love them. DiscountBath.com. DiscountBath.com. Now, Great Western Buildings. If you ever come out to our house, we have a ginormous building that we put our RV and our tractors and all the stuff we have to have out there, all of our toys and all the equipment we need for our acreage out there. And they built this building. It's absolutely beautiful. It's all American steel. They put it up 5 or 6 years ago. I couldn't be more happy. Their warranties are unbelievable. There has been 0 fading, and I mean 0 fading on this building. You're going to absolutely love this company. They're right here in Colorado. They employ 150 to 200 people, and they do everything in-house, including the engineering, the wet stamp. Everything is in-house. You're going to love dealing with them. It's a real steel building company right here in Colorado, but they ship across the world. It can be a small structure all the way up to a practice arena for an NFL team. Any size building, carport, garage, barns, barndominiums, you get the idea. GreatWesternBuildings.com. That's GreatWesternBuildings.com. So I will not do those. So we just, when Tom comes in, we will have him do that one, okay?
Right, I looked up 1090.
1090?
House Bill, yeah.
What is it?
Takes effect January 1st. Service providers and professionals have to disclose the total price that a consumer may pay.
For what?
As one number. Any service, accountants, lawyers.
Any professional service.
Landlords.
Wait a minute. How's that possible with an attorney if you're going to court?
It's not. It's a horribly written bill. Anyways, if you don't give that disclosure, then there's no notice requirement. The person can sue you and get all the money back they paid, even if the work's done.
Do I have to get another... Wait, so you don't even have to get another professional to testify?
Nope.
Nothing.
No, and it's 18% interest, up to $20,000 fine.
Oh my God, we have got to talk about that. It's any professional. Would they consider that like a plumbing company?
There's a couple carve-outs by statute. The real estate broker's got a carve-out, cable company's got a carve-out, and anybody regulated by federal law has a carve-out.
So by federal law?
So accountants, if you're an accountant and you're charging your clients for accounting, you have to disclose, here's one number, you're not going to pay more than that. You don't make that disclosure on like conspicuously.
That is insane.
I know, yeah.
Do a little deep dive into
the
that.
legal community asked Polis to veto it, but he didn't.
So it's going to affect, how would that work with a doctor? I mean, how is that even possible? Is there a carve out for medical?
I don't think they thought it through.
Well, it's so stupid. Think about this. You go in for, I don't know, a routine surgery, like an appendix coming out, and it turns into your heart failure, and they have to, wake you up and tell you it's going to be an additional something or other? That sounds absurd.
But if you survive, you get all your money back.
Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate that new heart.
18% interest, attorney's fees, $20,000 fine for violation.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah, you're going to be a patent troll on that, aren't you?
That's what he's going to. He's not going to do the faxes anymore.
Yeah.
The unsolicited texts. He's going.
I got a cut, right? I told you about it. 10%.
Well, you can represent me in all those cases. But aren't the legal fees also shifted to the defendant?
Yeah.
Oh, Brad,
you better disclose everything you're going to charge him in that 10%.
That's our new business. If you thought about maybe, kind of getting into that, that'd be pretty cool.
That's incredible.
What about car mechanics?
Yeah, they provide a service.
Holy crap, that's going to revolutionize.
Did you look at that?
So,
send it to Suzanne as well.
I got it. It's the town of...
It'd be in there.
Kersey, Colorado?
What is it?
Kersey, Colorado?
Kersey.
Yeah, it's an amendment to the Consumer Protection Act. So there may be potential for treble damages, too.
I don't see a violation number.
The CCPA.
It's on the top, the ordinance.
I'm very familiar with it because I sue junk texters under that
ordinance.
And it has both a fee shifting provision and triple damages.
Yeah.
Holy shit, this is
Nikki's
awesome.
putting his pants over here.
Ordinance, Colorado ordinance.
Team of pros ready to help you every step of the way. Blindster.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Two lines open. This one's pretty curious. I'm looking at this ticket. Hey, Kelly, send this over to Brad and send it to Dimitri. I think he already sent it to Suzanne. But it's Town of Kersey, Colorado. Notice of violation. Let me bring her back up. So you're saying this ordinance, what is it, 2025-0004? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. So did you look up the ordinance?
No, I didn't, because I believe you. If you look up that ordinance, what does it say? It says something to do with driving while intoxicated, or what?
No, it has nothing to do with driving vehicles, anything like that. It's licensing for alcoholic tasting, I guess.
That is crazy. So a couple things here. Photo radar. This looks like it's an actual ticket, although it's not, it's kind of like in between. To me, this looks valid. And what I mean by valid is if you don't pay it, you're probably going to end up in some form of trouble. It actually says witnessed or reviewed by operator, officer, and it has a badge number. It's got the posted speed. You know, this one's a little strange. I don't notice a violation of ordinance. Yeah.
I scanned the QR code on the ticket,
Yeah.
and it goes right to the kerseygov.com for payment.
I believe it's 100% valid, but I don't know the legalities of this. In other words, if I run a stoplight in Greenwood Village, they'll send me a little please pay this for running the stoplight, and I wad it up and I throw it in the trash, and I've done it 100 times, and that's it. Simple as that.
Mark, that's changed now. It used to be that they would have to serve you in person, but now if you don't respond to a photo radar ticket, I think this went in effect at the beginning of this year. Now it becomes a fine.
It becomes a fine.
Yeah, it totally becomes a fine.
Let's go down her point.
Mm-hmm.
Her point is.
Can I tell you something else?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, we don't drive that road very often, but my daughter's had sporting events up north, so we've gone 3 times in the last month and a month and a half or so.
Yeah.
And so, without getting this ticket before, we got another fine going on the same road.
Yeah.
And
what does that have to do with anything, though? I mean, now that you've got multiple tickets.
This is why. It's because the next one was only for $40.
Yeah, that part, is it a different speed? This was, according to this, you were doing 73 and a 45.
It was less. It was.
Well, that's why it's cheaper. I mean, this one you're almost doing 30 miles an hour over.
But if you look at the citation, that citation is 2025-0002, I believe.
And what does that equal? What does it say?
That equals an actual speeding ticket.
Yeah, so I see what they're doing. I don't know. Did you call them up and say, how come you're charging me $340 for this, and what you're charging me for has to do with tasting alcohol or whatever you said?
Yeah, so when you call the town of Kersey, you push number 8, and it'll bring you to the photo ticket, and then there's a recording. And the recording would say, the first time I called said, if you would like to get a court date, then leave a message. I left a message, waited a week, they never called me back.
I'd do it again. I would get a court date.
I did it again.
Okay, hold on.
Ago,
yeah.
And now the message says, if you want a court date, you would have had to have replied and requested in writing.
And you're saying you did.
PO box. I did not request in writing.
Okay.
I don't believe that was on the message the first time I called, but now it is. Now I'm over the 21 days that I could have asked in writing for a court date.
You're probably stuck having to pay it, but I'm going to tell you, and everybody listening, an interesting story. We had someone, an attorney. If they weren't an attorney, it would have been ridiculous because it would have cost so much. They got a ticket for $75 for crossing the double lines. And it was the same thing. If you looked up the ordinance said toll evasion. The problem is he was actually charged on his tracker for the toll. So he didn't evade a toll. But he fought it all the way up to Douglas County, a judge in Douglas County, because I guess that's where it got him. And he actually won because the ordinance had nothing to do with what he did. It wasn't toll evasion. When you pay the damn toll, it's not toll evasion. They were saying crossing a double line is toll evasion, and I could see how it could be sometimes if you go in with the intent not to pay and you're not charged. That would be toll evasion. But if you're actually charged the damn toll, then it's not toll evasion. And he won, but he had to fight it that much. And like I said, he was an attorney. I would say in the circumstance you're in, you better get this paid, because same with crossing the double lines. There's a period of time you have to follow. You have to basically... I think with the double lines, and this is the same way, you've got 30 days to request a hearing. That hearing is online. And then if you lose that hearing, you have an additional amount of time to request actually going to court. But I think you're going to end up paying it. I hope people out there are listening to this. I think it's crazy. Tom just joined us. Tom, let me ask you something. Photo radar tickets. I mean, till this day, I don't understand how they get away with it. I don't know how, without a cop witnessing it, without being able to go to court and actually ask the camera, well, okay, when's the last time you were calibrated? Or, hey, were you drinking that day, Mr. Camera? I mean, to me, it seems pretty wild.
You know, I think, Mark, when we had an attorney on a long time ago, they said, first and foremost, they have to match. They sometimes don't match the crime with the ordinance, like you mentioned.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Another one is,
in her case, that's exactly what this is. She got a ticket, basically going almost 30 miles an hour over, and the ticket doesn't even have to do with the traffic infraction.
It's an accusation at best, and it's not criminal.
I don't think this is. I have a copy of it. This looks like...
But they can't, and Brad will tell you this, in any due process, they can't be judge, jury, and convict her. It's an accusation. It's a summons. Yes.
Then tell me this. Tell me if you don't pay the $75. Hold on a second. If you don't pay the $75 ticket for crossing those double lines, if you don't pay it, eventually you're not going to be able to renew your damn registration.
I think
there's no difference.
I think you have a right to go to court and fight it, but you'll lose.
But you only have 30 days. In other words, if you don't go through exactly what that ticket says, my only point is, like Dimitri said, it's not like it was a year ago to where they just send you something you can throw in the trash. It's like if you don't pay it now, you're in trouble. What is that called?
Because they have changed some of the laws.
It's a major change to that law.
And they made the summons, they made that mail summons as if you were getting it in person, right?
Exactly. They did away with the personal service requirements. So
that's what it is.
All they have to do is claim that they mailed it to you, whether you got it or not. It still becomes an actual fine.
And then if you're outside of the time frame to fight it, you're screwed.
Yeah, you can't take it to court to refute it, and it's going to put a block on your registration.
So, I mean, Janine, no matter what, you're screwed because you waited over that period of time. I agree with everything you said. I think if you did fight it and you did get in front of a judge and say, this has nothing to do with anything, how can you charge me with something I've never done? I think you probably would have won that battle, but it's too late now.
Brad, can they just change... Can they change laws and ordinances to basically be a judge and a jury and the sentencer? I mean,
they did.
I mean, basically, with any traffic ticket, even if a police officer hands you a traffic ticket, you have a right to fight it.
Well, this you do too, but you only have 30 days and you have to do it a certain way.
But
these photo tickets are like some sort of administrative practice that it's outside of the.
It's not criminal.
Yes, right. Yes. Right.
Yeah, it's not criminal is probably how they get around it. Janine, real quick, though, do you have any other questions? Because you're going to end up paying it. You brought up, go ahead, D.
Wait, I have one more idea for Janine. So the fine isn't due until tomorrow. So, Janine, what about if you show up at the courthouse today? Obviously, leaving voicemails hasn't worked, but what if you show up at the courthouse today and demand to set a hearing for this matter? They might do it, and you can show them your handwritten notes here. It says, look, these are the days I left messages. No one ever got to me, and now we're up against the deadline tomorrow. What do you got to lose? Go to the courthouse right now.
It's not a bad idea, D. I mean, maybe someone there has, some kind of morals.
You'd think.
So,
I
Janine,
thought about that, and I'm not the only one. I've looked online looking for
the biggest one out there, Janine, and I appreciate
you're not going to get anyone in favor of them. Of course, when you look online, you're going to see people pissed off.
Oh, I'm so happy I got that $75 ticket. No, it's crazy. The biggest one's the double line. In fact, the man sitting next to me.
Yeah, they brag because they.
When's the last time he got one, Suzanne?
We get all our corporate mail at one address,
like a week ago.
But you know what? Stephanie was driving.
Yeah, there you go.
And I thought we made absolute sure we weren't entering or exiting in the wrong area. Mark, it's really difficult to. It really is
nuts.
Like when you're getting off an exit, you wait and it goes to a single solid line. You can't even cross that. You have to wait till it goes to a broken line.
Yep.
I'll bet you
or else they get you.
Oh my God!
But
it's hard to do.
Once again, though, what the ticket is for is not crossing the double line. The ordinance is for toll evasion.
And I did not. I paid the toll.
That's what kills me.
So I could have fought it.
I could get it. I get it if you were evading the toll and didn't get charged for the toll.
That's right.
But that's not the case when you're exiting because you paid the damn toll going in. Now, listen, Lisa is seeking some legal advice. We do have Brad O'Brien with us. We're going to get to her. We have two lines open, 303 Martino, 303-713-8255. And I want to tell you something, Tom. You are going to be blown away, and everybody listening, with a law change that Brad's going to tell us about that has to do with every professional in Colorado. Doctors, attorneys, of course, it's going to affect him. It's amazing. Go ahead.
Okay, One Clear Choice Garage Doors. They will come to your home 24/7 in an emergency. If you have a problem, all of their prices are online. All you have to do is go to their site, oneclearchoicedoors.com. We love these guys. They do any part of the opener, any part of the door, all of the opener, all of the door, oneclearchoicedoors.com. They have not sold out to giant conglomerates. They are your wonderful garage door service company 24/7.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, impact traffic.
Well, our second closure due to rock scaling at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels into the foothills there has traffic backing up for us. That may reopen here probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes, but definite delays. Of course, you can't get through. And we do have some jamming right now on I-76. Looks like it's westbound, just in between Federal and Sheridan. Appears to be construction, but it is holding up the drive there. I-25 south coming into downtown's a little sluggish, along with 270. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Denver 7 News at 6 p.m.
At Denver 7 News, we're committed to covering our community, always listening, finding solutions, and making sure you...
She wants to make one that seats right up against the gum better.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Kelly, get them on that one you just sent me.
You don't like Dr.
Get the what?
All right, let me tell you about Excel Roofing and what they've been doing. You know, there's no hail right now, so these guys are really smart. You know what they're selling?
Yeah,
holiday lighting.
Well, everyday lighting.
Yeah, Suzanne and I got them. Every football game, I got them on the Broncos orange and blue. And I usually actually rotate in the other team's colors, too, especially when the Eagles play. But I'll tell you what, they have these lights at half the price of the jelly company.
Oh, yeah. You're just saying it right out. You see, Mark and I are proud that our sponsors are doing guaranteed lowest prices, and Excel Lighting will get you the best price anywhere for their lighting. And you know what I like, Mark? Tell them about how to get a price on it. Right now.
You just go, it's so simple, excelroofing.com. It takes a few minutes. It's just very minor measurements, excelroofing.com. The other one that I have personally used so many times in our house, Tom, he did our master bathroom countertops. He did our kitchen. Mitch Floria, theartofgranite.com, guaranteed lowest pricing.
You're going to get the best value anywhere. Now, you compare apples with apples. You keep listening to the Troubleshooter Show for the best deals. Now, the Art of Granite says granite, but it'll do any stone, any man-made, any man-made, any fabricated material, wholesale on all materials, tear out and haul aways free. And what you do is give them a call or go visit them on Facebook, Art of Granite. Golden, that's where they are. 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
Yeah, we don't really care for their cleaning services. I mean, the cosmetic stuff, if I had something cosmetic to do, I'd probably be at her in a second.
It's like there's no normal care you don't like.
The normal maintenance.
The last cleaning I had was absolutely terrible.
I didn't even feel like I got clean.
Okay, see, that's weird because I feel pretty good, but I will tell you this. They're salespeople. They look for procedures. But you know what? They do excellent. I found it to be excellent care, and the stuff they recommended were things I really think I needed.
Yeah. Oh, no. I mean, she's the sweetest woman ever. You know, she's as sweet as she is pretty. It's like, God bless. But
how pretty.
I can show you her risque Instagram.
Let's do it.
I'll show you. It's like,
let me know when
this is the dentist next door if you're looking for one.
That sounds like a book.
Sounds like a title for a
I mean, she might not be any summer snow, but let's see, what was that latest one she just? Oh, here she is.
So, Mark, I got my pellets again. I'm back to life. I haven't had them in a year.
God bless.
I couldn't have them. But now I was cleared by my oncologist to have them. So
and you got one.
Oh, because I probably got zero.
You wouldn't go to her to get your teeth
72, all that chemo, all that radiation.
I wonder if you'll feel it in a couple days.
They said a week. She said about 3 weeks because I have to build new blood vessels around it, and I didn't have any fat. She said it, so it'll take me longer.
Huh.
I have very low body.
Did it hurt or no?
Huh?
Did it hurt?
I can't believe how she does it. I don't feel anything.
Did what?
Nothing.
It's barbaric.
The pellets.
Oh, you got
don't like
pellets today?
No, I don't mind them. I'm just saying the procedure itself
the way
is
she does
barbaric.
it, honest to God, she is so nimble.
Is it still in your...
I just got
It's a big steel needle.
Oh, you got it up a little bit.
She does it up here, and she is so delicate.
Well,
I swear to God.
Really?
Usually you can't feel it, but if you watch it, you'll go, holy shit.
Yeah, don't watch it, but that's how it works.
When you say you can't feel it, you know all that tugging and pushing? You don't get that with her. Like when I had another doctor do it, it's like...
I never felt any pain, but I watched her get it.
Tom, I never felt it.
And when I watched it, I
but
was
he watched
freaked
it and
out.
commented how barbaric it was.
It is barbaric.
It has that bar they push in, but the way she does it,
They
so
dig a
delicate.
hole, then they put a metal straw there, then they put your pellets in and shove them in your ass.
No, just don't watch.
Honest to God, she doesn't do any of that hard movement. It's all smooth.
Very dope.
Honest to God, Kimberly is the best I've ever had, and I had 3 different doctors do it, and her. She's the best I've ever had.
I never had any pain at all. I'm just telling you, if you watch it,
I know
it'll freak you out.
But it's not even the pain. You don't even get the tugging and the pulling with her. It's like she holds your skin and just...
I had one time they couldn't get it in. They had to switch to the other cheek because I had too much scar tissue there.
Better at, I think. With some of that, they're just more sensitive.
BioT hires her to travel all over the country to train doctors on how to...
Oh, that's cool.
Addie said she was asking about you yesterday. She goes, hey, I told her you were asking for her email. She goes, I never heard from Tom.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, I want to email her. I got some. Yeah. She's so...
I think she put you as a reference for the Wild Bar.
I got number 2 anymore.
Already?
On the email. No, previously she's done it.
Oh,
before.
she did it again because she applied for the Wyoming bar and had to have references.
You would think she'd use her damn professors.
Well, I've done it about 3 times.
No, I'm just saying for who's going to be better than the damn professor?
No, I know, yeah. But they're her professors,
Or maybe it's got to be.
This for making mice transgender.
When someone makes you say, who?
No one likes violence, but sometimes violence is necessary.
When you want to talk about it.
Oh, this is just crazy.
The Where is here. Denver's talk station, 630 KHAL.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We got 2 lines open. Get those calls in. Any questions you have, by the way, this hour brought to you by Paul the Waterman.
Oh, my God. I can't believe this deal. $46.95 for the whole house, Mark.
Everything.
The whole house. Forever chemicals you get rid of. Nanoplastics you get rid of. Chlorine you get rid of. And you have pure drinking water at the kitchen sink, reverse osmosis, all of it for the entire house, $46.95. Again, the guaranteed lowest price club at the Troubleshooter Network. And this you will never find anywhere else better. That's waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
Yeah, you're going to love Paul. Lisa, what is going on with you? What can we help you with, Lisa?
Hi, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Good. I'm hoping you guys can help me. You were recommended by a friend of mine to call in and just, I've been divorced since 2017 and I'm just having, some legal questions and I don't know if you know of anybody who'd be able to help me or maybe you guys can
We know plenty of people. Why don't you start with the basics?
Yeah, sure. My, ex is not making the court-ordered maintenance payments. And I've been advised that I need to file a contempt of court motion, and I'm not quite sure how to go about doing that to get these payments that are owed to me. And
isn't that just a call to the registry?
It depends if it goes through the registry. Is it a direct payment from him to you, or does it go through the support registry?
It doesn't go through the support registry. I'm finished paying him support now, even though he makes way more money than I do.
So what checks, tell me about these checks. They were ordered by the divorce decree how long ago?
2017. So yeah, the divorce decree, I was ordered to pay him support until the kids turned 19.
And then what? Then what does he owe you?
He's supposed to be paying me maintenance in the form of $414 a month for 101 months, which would be about May of next year. and he hasn't done that. So
that's weird that you had to pay him, and now he has to pay you.
No, because he had custody of the kids, right?
Right. He had custody of the kids.
Oh, so now it's switched over to where, and how much does he owe you every month?
Yeah, because now that the kids are over 19, it's just maintenance.
How much does he owe you?
$414 a month.
And how much did he ever make any of those payments?
It was more of they were subtracted from the support that I was supposed to pay him.
Okay, I got you now. Okay. So
now he's supposed to be paying me until May, and he hasn't done that.
Now,
and it's
I'm going to tell you something, okay, Lisa? Doing self-help like this is very, very difficult to file a motion like this. And judges bend over backwards not to do contempt because it's so complicated. But that's what it is. But it's also a violation of a civil agreement. Your divorce decree is a contract between you and your husband, and you can sue him directly for and get it turned into a judgment for everything past. And we've had, now I'm not giving legal advice. This is what we've had counseled in the past. Bonnie Shields and also Rich Harris and other divorce attorneys, what they say is you can have maintenance payments turned into a judgment and start garnishing wages and all of that. Or you can go for the contempt of court thing. You can do both, actually. But as far as doing it alone, Lisa, it's going to be hard. Right now, it's at an amount. You can even do small claims court on it for the amount he owes. Once you get a judgment, then you have real power.
Right.
So add up what you're owed. You can sue him in county court or in small claims court. You can do that by yourself if you want. But as far as contempt, I would never attempt to do it alone. And it's going to cost you. That's the problem. You don't get attorney's fees for contempt motions in a divorce. So, Lisa, are you on talking terms with him where you can call and say, why haven't you paid me?
No, we haven't spoken since before the divorce.
Do you think he plans on not paying you anymore?
Oh, absolutely. This was something in other court hearings that we had in the past where he was asking me if I would just eliminate the maintenance fees. He does not want to pay them at all.
Why doesn't he want to pay them? Is he saying they're wrong or what?
Oh, no, he's just being spiteful.
Hey, Brad O'Brien, I know you don't do divorce or anything, but you know court procedures. Contempt, when somebody doesn't follow a court order, which is the divorce decree, I mean, judges will take action on that, right?
Sure, this is a violation of a court order, so it sounds like Lisa needs to go into family law court.
Do you think, there are some self-help documents at family law court on filing that? Or you can literally go to AI. To file it is not the difficult thing. It's the arguing of it, because judges give a lot of leeway as to why he's late, and they almost take. Let's put it this way: they almost take any excuse.
Isn't it just a matter of fact, though? I mean, if he's supposed to pay that amount,
it is. But that's right. So the breach is a matter of fact, but the contempt means I'm not paying this no matter what. But if he says, oh, I was short on money or this or that. See, judges give leeway in contempt. Breach of contract, there's no leeway. You didn't pay it. They don't take excuses. But haven't you found sometimes, Radley, that in a contempt hearing, the judge will consider outside circumstances?
Sure.
You see, that so it's not a foregone conclusion that you're going to win.
I don't think, by the way, small claims court, I don't even think she could do that.
Hey, what do you think?
I think it's got to be family court.
Deputy D, do you think there's an amount owed?
Mm-hmm.
There's an agreement.
Mm-hmm.
It was breached.
Mm-hmm.
Why couldn't she take that past amount that he hasn't paid?
I don't think the court clerk would even allow you to file it.
What do you think, Brad? Just your gut. Do you think they would allow you to file it?
I think she has to go into family law court.
Okay. So it's a separate court.
That's where the order came from, yeah.
Family law.
Right.
Okay, so Lisa, have you been down to family law and talked to any of the clerks?
Not yet, no.
Here's what I would do first, and you can call us back. In fact, do we have an attorney we can get on right now?
Yeah, we can call Paul Faglia if you'd like.
No, we've got...
Paul's wonderful, though.
Or Bonnie.
Okay, so let's try... Who should we try first, Mark?
Well, she's got Bonnie's info. I don't care who we try.
Okay, Kachina, let's try Bonnie Shields
and
first.
Let's take a quick break. Hold on. We're going to try to get an attorney on for you. So hold tight. 303-713-8255. We're going to be right back. You got, what do we have here? U.S. Mortgage.
You had a makeup. That might be the makeup.
Do you see them all there?
Do I see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do. Oh, yeah, I got to do U.S. Mark, if you do John Fuller at the end, that'd be great. I'm going to do Vistara in U.S.
Okay. Here.
Thank you. Hint, hint. Hey, you know what? U.S. Mortgages on board, and they do have the test of time behind them, 30 years strong. My friend David Szymanski is now offering a 5-year fixed rate for $4.99 or below, and that's, by the way, a 6.04 APR or below, and you want to check it out. No matter what rates do, you'll get the best rates with my friend David Szymanski at U.S. Mortgages, who shops the marketplace for the best terms and conditions for you. And they feature the exclusive lowest rate for life program. If rates go down even by as little as 0.5%, you get refinanced free of charge, no lender fees and no appraisals, and you can do it as many times as you want. Once you're a customer, if you want to be, you're a customer for life. Why don't you call Dave Szymanski? Call U.S. Mortgages at 303 low rate and get that fixed rate for 5 years and wait for the dust to settle in the marketplace, 4.99 or below, and that 6.04 APR. That's 303 low rate or usmloan.com. That's usmloan.com. All right. You want to be a landlord, or you think you do? Why don't you check out the Vistara Turnkey Way? What is Vistara Turnkey? It's a system invented by Barry Miller, who invented the buyer brokerage, and he wanted to show people how to be landlords and help them. He has a company that assists you through every aspect. First of all, finding the best market for rents and for equity growth, and then helping you buy the property, helping you insure and manage the property, helping you take day-to-day phone calls. They are your nanny, and you're the landlord. Then you get the tremendous returns when you sell. That's Vistara Turnkey. The 15th of this month, they will have a seminar. I'll be there to explain the program in detail. The 15th. Mark your calendars and go here for more information and to register. MyBiggestReturn.com. MyBiggestReturn.com.
You know, when you call some of these large personal injury law firms, you've seen them on the side of the bus or a park bench. You know who I'm talking about. Here's the bottom line. Do you think you ever talk to them? No, of course not. You're going to talk to a paralegal, an intake officer, but you probably have questions. You were probably hurt or injured in an accident and want to talk to an attorney. Call up John Fuller. He's an attorney. He'll talk to you. I've personally used him twice. Both times he got us every penny that the at-fault driver had in insurance. 303-597-4500. No jokes, just the law. John Fuller, 303-597-4500.
What do you think about the election results?
Oh, man, steamrolled.
I guess you were laughing at someone for calling it blue on New Jersey yesterday, Falco. So that's what Chalk said today. He's like, yeah, Mark was laughing.
Hey, Mark, can
at
you put just a Scotia monitor on?
That's the only one I missed was Jersey. I mean, I knew the other ones, but Jersey, they got hammered. Hammered. I didn't look at the final, but it was evident.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you. They say Trump, this is a spanking for Trump.
I'm hoping he gets them to get rid of the filibuster and just starts passing shit.
You know, this country has a way of swinging back and forth.
Oh, it's insane.
No, they have a variety.
And it's so radical both ways.
It's never been that radical before, but you're right.
It is so radical now. Both sides, that pendulum just hits the top. It's crazy. There is no middle anymore. There's no middle.
I want to do coming back, renewal innovation. Oh, no, never mind. It's too short. Never mind. I'm not doing anything.
Did we get a... No.
And I did Dan yesterday when he was on the show, so I marked that. So, Brad didn't talk about the new...
Wait till you hear about it.
Well, we're going to do it after the...
Yeah, we'll tease it. It's crazy, man. You're not even going to believe it. I'm telling you, you're not even going to believe it. Well, coming out of Colorado, you might believe it.
But their version of Johnson's version of the big, beautiful bill, he got $1 billion.
Yeah. What was the final? I always thought 65, 70%. They always pass, basically it's a tax increase. They passed the tax increase
You say Denver loves giving money away?
Yeah.
Do you mind saying what you thought about that $1 billion bill? The Denver,
the bond.
The vibrant bond issue.
Oh, that's a Denver thing only. I don't really know.
Oh.
Yeah. Were they trying to replace federal money that didn't come in or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
Are they getting matching?
I'm going to see what it passed by.
I mean, it drives jobs, construction, and some of those bridges are in bad shape.
Some of those bridges, they said, like fire trucks are going to be able to go over them soon. Yeah, they got over 60%. It passed easy.
It's supposed to be paid for by property taxes without taxes going up. I don't know how that works, but...
The right? I'm good with it. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mark, what do you think about the $1 billion? You're not a resident of Denver. I happen to be actually with both houses. I'm my business house, I call it, for my studio and all that, and my other one.
I had no doubt it would go through, but, Brad O'Brien just said something interesting. It does create a lot of jobs here. I mean, I just hope they allocate the money, and I looked at the breakdown. I hope they allocate it to where they say they're going to allocate it. That's the biggest issue with Denver. I mean, think of the roads there. They suck. They suck. Think of all the roads in Colorado. You guys ever leave here and go to Wyoming? It's like all of a sudden you're on glass and it's beautiful. It's like driving Dimitri's car. It's unbelievable.
And I've always said it's not a lack of money. It's a lack of fiscal responsibility and earmarking dollars, using the dollars and managing wisely. Businessmen don't seem to do well in office, but businessmen or women, business people, we need people who are administrators who know how to do this stuff. By the way, coming up, explain what Brad is going to tell us about.
This law. Go ahead, Brad. Do
you want to say what it is?
No. You just got to spit it out. When did it pass? Did it just pass?
Governor Polis recently signed into law House Bill 25-1090, which takes effect January 1st, 2026.
25-1090.
It is an amendment of the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. The purpose of it is to protect consumers against unconscionable pricing practices. Here's what it does. Professionals and other service providers have to conspicuously disclose upfront the total price that a consumer will have to pay for the service. And
what services? Any service?
Yeah.
Professional.
Lawyers, accountants, engineers,
plumbers.
There's a couple carve-outs. Real estate brokers got a carve-out. Cable companies got a carve-out. Anyone regulated by federal law.
Think about it. They have to disclose up front the total cost. Think of that.
I want to break this down.
Think of that as an attorney, and you're going to be in court on a criminal defense case.
Did you say there was a carve-out for attorneys or not?
Only real estate brokers and not attorneys.
I want to talk about this because we're going to... It might be good for the consumer, but how will business handle this?
Business, how would any attorney?
Or business in general, services especially. So, you literally have to, like, in Denver, this is, right? Or Colorado. In Colorado. So, you have a furnace guy come to the house, up front, every closet.
One number, not broken down. It has to be one number, not to exceed amount.
Okay, Lisa, be patient with
The
me.
plumber's one
I'm trying to
thing.
get a
Why
family law.
How
is
does
that?
it-
Okay.
I don't know if that's a bad thing, or you're just thinking
hold on.
from the business perspective.
From the business perspective, I'm thinking of it from Joe Lazara's perspective. He's got someone on the hook that committed murder, and he's going to have a trial and witnesses and a million other things. How do you possibly disclose a number like that?
You disclose a giant number, right? Then you just go way high.
Then who's going to hire you?
No, it's guaranteed not to exceed.
That seems to be against the spirit of the law.
That's just insane. All right, so you go in for surgery. Now what? They give you just a real high number? That surgery is going to be $1 billion?
That's medicine and everything, the hospital and everything? Yeah. Who's going to enforce this?
Every consumer.
You just sue them. Think about it. You go in to get your appendix out, and they quote you whatever.
When does it take effect?
January 1st.
No shit, we got to really talk.
Think about that. You get your appendix out, something goes wrong during surgery, and you end up with a lung transplant.
Well, I imagine there's contingencies for unforeseen.
No, it's a horribly written bill. They didn't think these logistic things through. There's nothing in there about protecting the businesses from unconscionable results. It's to protect consumers from unconscionable prices.
What is it called again? What's the bill?
1090. HB 1090. 25-1090.
So when they refer to the law, it's not HB 25-1090, right?
I don't know if it has a name. It's part of the Consumer Protection Act. Okay. It's an amendment to the... I think they will just be calling it House Bill 1090.
And it's part of the Consumer Protection Act?
Yeah.
And when you write that HB, is it hyphenated 25-1090?
Yeah.
Because 25 is the year. Right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, HB, actually it would be HB 24-1090, I bet.
24? Just passed.
Yeah, I think it just got signed in, though. Because what I'm finding is an HB, well, maybe it's fine.
I think it's 25.
Okay.
Hey, Bonnie, it's Kelly over at the Martino Show. Hi. We have a woman on who's got
Okay,
a family
it prohibits
watch.
advertising without disclosing total price.
Tom and Mark wanted me to get a hold of you, okay?
So we're going to have to, when we advertise, we're going to have to give total prices
Yep.
for what?
So like a landlord advertises, this apartment is for rent for $1,200. It better be $1,200. You can't have utilities that changes month to month.
Talk about this.
Yeah.
This is, I want to talk.
I told you, it's insane. It doesn't even make sense to me. I mean, this thing, it basically says it pretty straightforward. I mean, the breakdown. Businesses must disclose the total price as a single prominent number in all offers, displays, or ads without breaking into separate fees.
But you could say on X amount an hour. I mean, that's what an attorney would do, right?
Find out when the courts construe it next
like
year.
a babysitter. I'm X amount an hour. It's like
That's not a total price.
it's not a total price, but if you're X amount an hour, I'll count up your hours when you get back.
Food services must disclose mandatory charges.
Well, that's good.
What does that mean?
I have no fucking clue what it means. I guess a mandatory charge might be a credit card charge or a COVID charge or a shipping charge or...
Jeez.
Like a plumber comes out for one thing and they find another thing, and can they add that to the bill?
But that's another separate disclosure.
Maybe they have to stop and give a new disclosure, perhaps, yeah. But,
landlords cannot require tenants to pay fees above utility costs. Increases over 2% in short-term leases. Property tax fees, payment processing fees.
So they can't raise rent more than 2% without no.
No, that's a 2% add-on to.
Good morning,
the service
Tom
fee on
Martino
top
Show.
of something. Like if a landlord pays a third-party
I'm
bill,
good. Thank you.
they can't add
How are you?
more than they can't mark it at more than 2%.
Listen to this. Landlord tenants focuses on rental agreements. No need to disclose actual utility costs and total price, but prohibits hidden or excessive fees.
Okay.
I guess that's
What's your
okay.
name?
That's not what I understood.
Did you say Jewel?
Drip pricing. What is drip pricing?
Drip.
Drip. Adding undisclosed fees.
J-U.
Applies to goods, services, property with exemptions. So if you do anything, you have to disclose any fees you have, period. A credit card charge, anything.
The teeth is the problem here. It's the biggest problem.
I-O-R, is that what you said?
What happens if you don't?
You have to give all the money back.
Even if they did like my entire
Yep,
basement?
job done, give all the money back.
Holy
If you
crap.
didn't give the proper advisory.
Well, here it is, enforcement. Violations or deceptive trade practices under the Consumer Protection Act.
I guess as consumer advocates, we should like that. I mean,
Aggrieved parties
it's gonna
can
help
demand
people a lot.
reimbursement in writing. Non-compliance within 14 leads to liability for damages plus 18% annual interest.
I viewed the damages part as the overcharge, not the entire bill for the services rendered. Does that make sense?
Yeah, my understanding is different, that you have to give all the money back. If you didn't give the proper...
what?
Yeah.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying it's written so shitty it can probably be read by 10 different people with 10 different ways.
Sounds inequitable.
Yep.
Please come with us because you don't know how much we love you guys.
Starting Monday.
I'm very excited about it.
Over on KOA.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here along with Marc Mager, Marc Mager. And we got Sue's in the studio, thank goodness. And we have Brad O'Brien, a real estate attorney. And we're talking real estate, we're talking new laws and something that's going to blow your mind. We have Deputy D, Dimitri, he's here lending his support and his expertise. So what we're talking about is a plethora of consumer issues. And in a minute here, we're going to talk about this new law. I don't know. Now, as a consumer advocate, I like consumers being informed as to prices of things. But this new law, we have to break down because it is burdensome to a point in Colorado where I don't know how the hell it's going to be done. But let's go to Lisa because we did get Bonnie Shields on. And Bonnie Shields is a divorce attorney, and we've had her as our expert for many, many years. Lisa says, my husband stopped paying maintenance. Let's just simplify it. He stopped paying maintenance. She doesn't believe he has any intention of paying maintenance. It was ordered by the courts in their divorce decree. And Bonnie, Lisa wants to know, what does she do about it? Is it possible for her to go to family law or family court and to do a motion on her own for contempt? Is that the quickest way to do this?
Yeah, and it kind of depends on what county she's in. Some counties are faster than others. But there's two ways to accomplish what she wants. One is to file a motion for contempt. But that process is going to take a few months before there's an actual hearing. Now, sometimes once a person has served the paperwork, they, shape up and start paying. But if he doesn't, it'll take a few months before you're actually in the courtroom and the judge can, make an order. The other thing that you can do is a request to have that garnished out of his pay. But that only works if you know where somebody works and if they're a regular employee, not contract labor or self-employed.
In other words, you don't go for the contempt; you go straight for the motion to do the collection.
Yeah, if I knew where they worked and they were an employee, I would just start garnishing their wages.
Yeah, but how would she do that?
You can do that directly from the decree. You don't have to get a judgment somewhere.
You have to. There is paperwork that you file with a court asking to be able to garnish. It happens automatically right after the divorce if you want it. But if some time has gone by, then there's paperwork that you do have to file asking to go ahead and garnish. The judge is going to sign off on that. It's a court order, and there's no reason for him not to be paying. So she could do that, and then that gets served on his employer. It's a little bit tricky. The paperwork is, I haven't done one in a long time. The last time I did it, the paperwork was a real pain in the butt. But
it's not paperwork for contempt. It's paperwork saying, can you please garnish his wages?
Yes, or will you let me garnish his wages? And the court signs off on it, and then you have something there to serve his employer. And the employer has to start withholding within some time period.
Lisa, does
that sounds like the shortest?
Does your ex? Do you know where he works? Does he have a job?
I'm not exactly sure where he works. I know he works for a school system somewhere as a physical education teacher. So he's gainfully employed. He's got money. It's not like he doesn't have the money. It's not like there's a hardship. He's recently married. They recently bought a house that him and the children all live in with her. And so there's no reason there should be a hardship excuse for not making these payments.
Then you might, if you're not sure where he works, then you can get the motion for contempt. What happens is you file the motion for contempt, and in that motion you're telling the judge what's the order, what was the order, what is it that they're not doing, how they're not complying, and what you want, and what you're going to want in there. It's obviously that you want the court to order him to catch it all up.
Right.
I would check the box that says attorney fees. You want to check that box just in case you end up hiring an attorney, because if you don't ask for him to begin with, in a contempt, it's a very different matter, so you need that in there. So put it, even if you're going to start it all yourself or complete it, and you think you might do it all yourself, check the box for attorney's fees. Also, there's a box, excuse me, you're asking the judge either for a remedial contempt or punitive. Punitive means they're punishing him, which would be jail time. The judge also, under remedial, which is just basically make me whole, judge, make him catch up this money. The judge can award attorney's fees if you ask for remedial, but they can't award it.
Why wouldn't you do punitive?
Well, I would check both boxes.
Okay.
So you can check both boxes. So
check both boxes. Yes.
Okay.
Check both boxes, and if you end up having to hire an attorney to go to the actual hearing and do it, then you can ask. You can always withdraw your punitive at the last minute, because the court can't give you attorney fees under the punitive. You can always withdraw at last minute. And I have had judges absolutely threaten jail time when it's just a remedial contempt. They will say, you have 30 days, you're going to show up here with a check for X amount or bring your toothbrush with you. I've had them say that.
Lisa, what county is it?
Adams County.
What do you know about that, Bonnie?
It doesn't take nearly as long as, like, Douglas.
Okay.
So,
hey, Bonnie, does it matter what excuse he gives? Let's say he doesn't have a job. I mean, can he still go to jail for not paying? I mean, how does that work?
He could. It's up to him. So there's 4 things you have to prove. You have to prove that there was a court order, a valid court order, that they knew about it, that they had the ability to comply, and that they didn't comply. So the trick is always the leg that says the ability to comply.
Yeah.
And he can say, I've got all these bills. If he comes in and says, my house payment is this, like truck payments, that the judge isn't going to think that's non-ability to comply. That means not managing your money properly. So it would have to be a really big deal.
Like I was in the hospital.
He was in the hospital. It has to be a really big deal to prove that it was impossible. And it's his burden to prove it was impossible for him to comply.
Okay. And then one more question, Bonnie. If all that stuff is in order and he does have a job, if Lisa hired you or hired an attorney for this and checked that box, or at that point the attorney would be doing it, wouldn't most likely she's going to get reimbursed for all the attorney's fees.
If the judge finds him guilty, then probably, but I always tell people don't bank on it.
Yeah, okay.
Don't bank on it. There's a possibility, but on contempt, that's one of the times I think the judges are much more likely to award attorney fees. It's hard to get them a lot of times, but with a contempt matter and somebody disobeying a court order that had the ability to, the odds of getting attorney's fees are very, very, very high.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay.
I would just never tell somebody it's 100%, but it's really high if he's found guilty. And then the other thing is, as soon as he's served the paperwork, and it has to be served like by a process server or sheriff's department, something like that. As soon as he gets that, a lot of people, they just change the way they're doing things, and you'd be surprised at the money that starts coming in.
Hey, Bonnie,
the ability to do it.
Bonnie, I do want to ask you this because Lisa, we're only talking like, if I recall, it's like $412 a month or something.
$440 or something. Yeah.
She doesn't have a lot of money. And Tom, chime in on this, but I've been using Grok a lot. I know you use AI.
Right.
I mean, is it so crazy for someone in her circumstance inside the family court to have it draw up a motion and file it, or is it's just not there yet? And I'm not trying to run you out of a job by any means.
I just ran this through, and it says, at the end of it, it says, here, you can do it on your own. There's a form, and it says here.
What form?
It says here, would you like me to give you an example of a motion to file?
But I mean, what are your thoughts on this? And really, this is for Brad O'Brien.
It's all new stuff.
Yeah,
this stuff.
I mean, are people crazy? Because hiring an attorney for $400, that could be insane, but they could really screw something up.
Well, it's $400 a month. But okay, so it's just $400 a month. What do you think about using AI? Have you seen? Does it draft complaints?
AI comes nowhere near my final work product as an attorney.
And you've seen it, and
I think it's garbage. I've looked at it. I will not use it.
Okay.
I use AI in the legal practice. If I know nothing about a certain area, okay, great. Just to get
research.
Yeah, but it has no part of my legal drafting.
As far as drafting, a lot of attorneys tell me that. Bonnie, have you looked into AI?
No way on earth would I use that to do drafting. No, I would use it, like the other counsel said. I wanted some general knowledge. Sure, that's just one place you could look for general knowledge, but there's no way on earth I'd use it to draft something. The most important thing on this motion, or the most important thing on the contempt, is the motion. Because whatever you ask for in there, that's all the judge can give you. So, by the way, if he's 2 months behind, she files the motion, she serves the paperwork on him. When you go to court, the only thing that judge can deal with is what was on that original motion. So by the time you get to court, maybe he's 6 months behind. But the judge can only do something about those 2 months that he's behind.
So what do you do about it?
I get it.
So what do you do about it?
You hire an attorney.
She could even pay somebody to just take a glance at the paperwork after she filled it out. It's fairly simple for the type of one that she's doing. There's attempts that are much more complicated.
So wait a minute. So Bonnie, if Lisa went out, did it herself, she could call you up and pay you a certain amount just to make sure everything's kind of in check.
Yeah, or unbundled services, Bonnie. Explain that. Somebody comes and says, I just need you to do this.
That's exactly what that is. I just need you to do this and this and this for me. And that's our agreement.
Yeah.
It's in our agreement that that's what I'm going to do. I'm not expected, at this point, you're not hiring me for court. You're not hiring me to represent you. But somebody could take a look at the paperwork because that initial motion is extremely important.
Let me give you that number for Bonnie Shields. It's 303-798-1927, 303-798-1927, BonnieShieldsLaw.com. Denver Regen. Now, I know Mark has used them for weight loss with the drugs, pennies on the dollar compared to the comps. But I want to tell you about their wonderful stem cell therapy. I'm pain-free, and they were a big part of it. DenverRegen.com.
Oh, it goes into effect January 1st.
Yeah.
Of next year. Okay.
Okay.
January 1st for this.
the Consumer Protection Act?
The one that sticks out to me is businesses targeting drip pricing. You cannot add.
U.S. Mortgages on board with the guaranteed best value and lowest rates out there. That's what they want to do for you. And I've known Dave Szymanski for many, many years. That's why I'm thrilled to have him on board with U.S. Mortgages. He's a broker that shops the market to find the best deals for you. Right now, listen to this. A 5-year fixed rate at 4.99 or below, and that would be 6.04 APR or below. And no matter what rates do, you can depend on David Szymanski and U.S. Mortgages to get you the greatest deals. In fact, they have the lowest rate for life program. If rates go down even as little as 0.5%, you get refinanced free of charge. 303 low rate. That's 303 low rate. It's easy to remember. I want you to call. Listen, with the market the way it is, isn't that great to have the comfort of a 5-year fixed under your belt? And then if things change, you can change. It gives you time to breathe. 4.99 or below. That's 303 low rate. USMLoan.com. That's USMLoan.com. Vestera Turnkey is having a seminar, and I want you to be part of it. Here's what you do. MyBiggestReturn.com and sign up. I'm going to be there. It's in the tech center, and it's on the 15th of the month. And it's in the morning. You'll love it. I love it. They give out all information and details on their program. So if you're thinking about being a landlord and you want the help of professionals that stay with you the entire time, by the way, hold time is only 1 to 3 years, and then you sell for big profits. Go to mybiggestreturn.com.
Integra Insurance, if you got that letter from your health insurance company that it's going up 15, 20%, and let's not forget with the tax credits possibly going away, and it looks like they are, you could be looking at a drastic increase up to 100%. Now is the time to call the people we trusted in Integra. They're going to tell you all the different health insurance plans that are right for your family. They can tell you about tax credits and where that's going. Now is the time to call no matter what. Everything is increasing. Reach out to these guys. Go to IntegraInsurance.com. The local family people we trust, IntegraInsurance.com. There's a commercial I absolutely love that I hear now. And the guy sounds like Bob Newhart. And I hear it on XM on my way in, Sirius XM. He sounds like Bob Newhart, and he's talking to his dog. And he's like, hey, you know. And the whole thing is something you put on their collar that kind of like gives them a little, I don't know, it makes them soothing. I don't know what it
soothes.
It's like a vibration that
soothes the savage beast.
Soothes the savage beast. But the commercial is done so well.
Are they using AI to mimic his voice?
It sounds so much like not just his voice, but his demeanor. You know, is how
it's AI doing that.
It could be, but it sounds just like Bob Newhart, and it's great though. I mean, the commercial is so good. It is just so good. Yeah. Oh, quit getting into the pizza box. Oh, no, don't worry about the vacuum. You'll protect me from the vacuum and blah, 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 blah.
So I saw some of these sample AI videos that are super realistic.
They're crazy.
And I'm wondering, what if they're fake videos?
You know, I've heard about these videos, but I swear to God, I've been racking my brain. I can't get them made. I know you did that one, but to really do these videos that are intricate and have people talking that aren't those people, I don't know where you go to get those done.
You got to use the one for the actual videos, the one I told you, Runway. But audio comes from a completely different one. All Runway does is a video. You take Bo, you take whoever. You got to have a real person, a real actor. And then you basically just sit back and start using credits and develop the film.
Okay.
Like you see these videos of a baby and a dog talking or something that's super cute that's all made up. I don't know.
Okay.
I tried to do videos for myself. I wanted to do some.
Then what you do, what you're talking about is you and I act something out whenever you want. Yeah. Then you tell Runway you want to convert it into cartoons or convert it to there, and it's going to take us as the actors. And
you like Runway?
Okay. Hang on.
It's okay. I mean, I'm not a producer. It's pretty straightforward.
I'm going to start making fake fake videos.
But then you got to lay over the audio.
Basically just me pretending to be an AI. How did he do that?
Say, hey, I am AI.
There's some tells in there.
The what?
The tells. Like they try to overemphasize their.
This law affects everybody, Tom. Everybody.
Honest to God, Mark, how are we going to advertise?
I'm thinking, just think of like automotive. Mm-hmm. You have shop supplies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe that's.
I can say call for details, and because I'm not offering a service to the consumer.
I don't think it affects us as advertisers.
If you put a price up there, it's got to be the total price. With the disclosure.
Well, it would affect us this way if we told him he's paying $2,500 a month or $10,000 a month, and it was over that. That would affect us directly.
And we always do that. We always tell people low prices and then boost them.
Well, it's leap year.
On your smart device, and of course, on AM.
I like hearing the opinions. As long as it's to the right, I'm good with it.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here with Marc Mager, and we're talking about a lot of stuff. We got a question for Brad O'Brien from Steve. Steve, welcome to the show. Brad O'Brien is our real estate expert. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Yes.
My question is, my brother just recently passed, and he left a beneficiary deed on his house to me, and I'm just kind of wondering what the steps are in order to get that transferred over into my name.
Okay, so there was a beneficiary's deed. He died. What happens, Brad?
Well, it's time to now get a death certificate and record it along with an affidavit. It's called a supplementary affidavit, which either refers to the death certificate or attaches the death certificate, and that's it.
And then he's issued a deed in his name.
No, the beneficiary deed, also known as a transfer on death deed, which was already recorded before his brother.
You don't have to do a new one.
That already has his name on it.
Okay.
Has Steve's name on it. So this recording the death certificate just makes it official.
Okay.
The title has passed to Steve.
You just got to prove he's dead.
Right.
And you record it where? With the same county, obviously.
With the county recorder where the property is.
Do they update it to show him at that point?
No. Real estate title is not like a car title where there's like something you show to somebody that's a document. Here, my name's on the title.
It's the recorded instruments, right?
Yeah, you have to look at the history of recorded instruments to see who the latest person that got a deed.
Got it.
And this sounds maybe so obvious, but when he goes to file this and record the death certificate, what do you say? I want to record this against this property? I mean, how do they know to put it on that property?
That's that form you were talking about.
The real estate title is not on the property. There's a grantor-grantee index, and so it's based on the people's names. If you want to know
it'll automatically show up in the title history then if he records a death certificate.
Yeah. You don't have to put
the property.
The supplementary affidavit actually does refer to the property.
Okay.
But the grantor-grantee index, the names of the buyers and sellers, is what determines who the current owner is.
Does that make sense to you, Steve?
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a follow-up question, ask it.
Yeah, the supplemental affidavit. How do you draw that up, or is there a form you can get at the assessor's office, or?
I don't know. I custom drafted for clients. You might find a form out there.
Oh, okay.
It's called a supplementary affidavit.
Supplementary affidavit, and it's supplementary to the original.
The transfer on death deed.
Okay. Saying this is now in his name.
No, it says that the attached or referenced death certificate is the name on the death certificate is the same name as the person who is on the name on the title to this property.
Okay. Steve, it might be worth just hiring an attorney to file something like this.
That doesn't sound like that would be that much at all.
Right. But this would all be done through the assessor's office then, right? Where the recorder would be at?
No, it's the courts.
County recorder's office.
Oh, okay. Which is the court?
The clerk and recorder.
Yeah. Of the court.
Okay.
Well, I know, but it's recorded,
So Brad's number, say you have it, is 720-370. 7388.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Steve. We appreciate that call. Hey, Mike, what's going on with you?
Oh, thanks, Mark. So I'm calling on behalf of my brother who is in jail. He's been in jail for about 3 weeks. He's been charged with extortion.
Wow. How did that... Can you just explain how that happened?
Yeah, a little color.
Yeah, it sounds weird.
Well, he's not even sure because he wasn't attempting to extort a person. He was attempting to get money which he felt he was owed by, I'm assuming, Manitou, or Denver County. I'm not quite sure.
Whoa. So he was allegedly extorting a municipality or a city? Is that what you're saying?
My understanding is, yeah, because that's the money. He believes they owe him money.
For what?
So he was attempting to
owe him for what?
I don't know all the details.
Anyway, so he's charged and he's sitting in jail awaiting what?
His next court hearing was November 13th, and so his bond was $25,000. My parents,
that's a lot,
came up with the cash, and they went to El Paso County, and now they're demanding not only the $25,000, but they're wanting them to put their house up as collateral and for him to wear an ankle bracelet.
I don't get that.
Is that normal?
God, it sounds like they're really going after this guy.
Yeah, but why would they set the bond at $25,000? How does a judge set it at $25,000? Then when you show up with we got to ask Joe Lazara, because what they're saying is it's not $25,000. It's not.
Yeah.
Mark, there may also be a prior criminal history that's being considered here.
Maybe. Mike, hold on a second. Let's take this break. You want to try to get Lazara?
Yeah, I think Joe Lazara would be a great idea.
All right. I thought you were going to do a spot. Look at this, Dimitri. Remember the photo radar one? Someone emailed us that the maximum fine for photo radar in Colorado is $75.
Yeah, I saw that email, but I think her allegation or her position was that she's being charged with a wrong offense.
Yeah,
that's not.
But the offense she was charged with has nothing to do with driving.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So that should be
pretty clear. There's a bad notice
in court. She was charged with a wrong offense.
Yeah. Hey, Kelly, can you get back on that photo radar lady when you get a minute?
If they answer.
Oh, yeah.
Right. That's why I said you got to show up at the courthouse today, right now. Drive there.
Well, if this info's correct, this is her whole case.
If they let her argue it in court. How do you compel a hearing on this matter?
I would maybe mail in something. And the time's passed. But appeal something.
Yeah, you appeal it.
I can't stand the steel business, the industry for buildings, because most of these salespeople out there claiming to be direct from the factory, they're not telling the truth. Great Western Buildings, truly a factory in Grand Junction, a giant factory employing many, many Coloradans. And you know what? They do business in all 50 states, and it's truly 100% genuine U.S. steel, direct to the consumer, which includes Mark and Suzanne. They had a building done, and it's truly direct to the consumer. GreatWesternBuildings.com. And again, they are truly factory direct, and it's guaranteed for life. GreatWesternBuildings.com. Mark, you've had Mitch Floria and the Art of Granite.
Times.
And they literally give the best value. There's no one out there that can touch their prices.
If you need countertops, first of all, and when we talk about the best prices, I don't want people thinking that you give up great service or craftsmanship.
No.
With Mitch Floria, basically what he does is you get all the materials at wholesale,
right?
And he only charges for the fabrication and installation.
Exactly, at great prices. Tear out and haul away is also free. Why don't you give them a call or visit them in Golden, a beautiful granite yard and showroom, 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
Did you hit it too? Dragon, did you hit it too or no? So I keep going back to this, and I see where you're coming from. You're an attorney on this law. It's crazy. But I'm thinking more or less the broad issues of like any business you walk into that adds some form of percentage onto what you spend. I don't even know how they do that. I guess if they're not advertising it, maybe it doesn't matter. But like Burger King, they advertise, let's say a Whopper for $3. We've all hit a Burger King that's in an airport or in some place where it's not $3, it's $4 because they're inside of an airport. Like, how the hell does that work?
It's a different business. So
what?
It's a different business.
What do you mean?
Well, although you get the national franchise, I like footlong, $5 footlong, right?
Sure.
That's a national.
Yeah, same with like a Whopper.
It could be an issue.
You know, all of those ads.
Well, I'm sorry, but even McDonald's, they have the $3.99 Happy Meal or whatever. That's advertised everywhere. But if you go to freaking DIA, I promise you it's not $3.99.
Well, all those ads, as I recall, say participation may vary location by location.
But I don't know if you can do that anymore.
No, this is saying you have to disclose the total cost. It's not saying you have to say, hey, it might be higher.
Yeah, I think a better example.
The thing is, the law doesn't go into nuances like that. It's just a blunt tool. Bluntly bad.
Does it include automotive?
The judges are going to love
Oh, my God, automotive.
Yeah,
like, you diagnose, but then you get in there. Or auto body damage, you get in there, and then there's a bunch of...
She brought one up that I don't even know how I would have done it. We used to advertise the price of tires. We would say, we've got tires starting at $99.
Starting.
Oh, what if you add, like, fluid, and you don't know how much you have to put in?
You got you've got so many different things you got to add to the cost of a tire. It's crazy.
They didn't think this through.
Disposal fees, shop supplies, valve stems, balancing, installation, road hazard.
Those are perfect examples of both junk fees and drip pricing mechanisms.
Exactly, but that's how the industry has been forever.
Can you upsell during the transaction?
So it's time to.
It's not in there.
That's his biggest point about it. It's
vague.
so poorly written. He's going to go to town on it. He's going to quit the damn text.
Yeah, we didn't tell you. It's $20,000 per violation. $50,000 if the person's disabled. If the consumer's disabled.
Oh my God!
How do I qualify for disability?
I hit you with the baseball bat.
I don't like that. Okay, that's a good start. Let's save that for Plan B.
I push you off the second story of a hotel.
No, that's bad. Like, I'm a minority. Does that count?
No, disability.
No, you got to be truly disabled. Yeah, that's true. What does that mean? That's even.
I think
the whole thing's ambiguous.
I feel discriminated against.
I mean, if you talk to him for 5 minutes, you will figure out he's disabled.
So I'll get an affidavit from Mark attesting to my disability. Would that count? Can I make an extra $50,000?
Disability is defined differently in different areas.
On the junk, they charge me a shop supply fee, and look, Mark says I'm disabled.
Can you imagine you pay, and then if you do pay it and just leave, and then you report them for the shop supplies, the extra $4. I mean, what happens?
$20,000 fine.
Oh my God!
50 in my case with Mark's
up on your side. Call Fuller.com. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want you to stay tuned. We are taking these calls, of course, but we have to talk about this House Bill 25-1090 because truly, Mark, I believe
it's remarkable.
It is the biggest piece of legislation to come down the pike on classified as burdensome to business, confusing to consumers. Does it protect consumers? Well, I guess it could, but it is incredible. People, if you're listening, look it up. We're going to have a discussion. House Bill 25-1090, an amendment to the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. Right now, I want to go back to Mike. Mike, does your brother have a criminal history?
No, he does not.
And tell me, so he was arrested and charged with extortion for trying to collect money he believed the county owed him.
Yes, that's correct.
What services what does he provide? What does he do?
Nothing. I mean,
no. What is his job that he thought they owed him money? What is his? Was he a plumber? I mean, really, literally, what does he do that he believes, or what did he do that he believes he's owed money for?
This stems from. My understanding is trying to obtain a license for a medical marijuana dispensary.
Yeah.
Many years ago.
Okay, and why does he believe they owe him money?
Because he never got the deposit back or the application fee, or I'm not really sure.
Hey, Mike, is your in all honesty, is your brother kind of nutty?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So rather than getting into the details, but Sue's found a news report on it.
On this guy?
Yeah.
I believe so. Is your brother's first name Travis?
That is correct.
Yeah.
What did you find, Suze? Did you?
Well, it doesn't. It just says the man's facing several charges, including extortion in Manitou Springs. It says he's up on attempt to influence a public servant, harassment, obstructing government operations, and criminal extortion with a $25,000 bond.
Jeez. Now, so the question at hand is why do they demand the house be put up in addition to the $25,000?
And Joe Lazzara, unfortunately, is in court, but that's the biggest question.
But let me ask you something. Do you think he's a flight risk, Mike?
No, I don't. He doesn't know. He doesn't have any place to go. He's living on the edge of society.
Well, hold on. Where does he live?
Tom, even if he was a flight risk, what I don't understand, that's for the judge to determine, to set the bail, to either not have a bond or to set it higher.
What you're saying is once the bond is set, how can they now?
How did they go back to the judge and get it modified?
The judge modified it instantaneously, yes.
And the judge can do, okay.
And the judge can do that.
The judge can do that. So they really have it out for your brother, man.
He definitely needs help, man.
Does he have an attorney?
No. He could not afford an attorney. He's been appointed a public defender, but we can't. We called the public defender's office to ask who that person was, and they said they cannot provide that is client attorney privilege. So we couldn't even get that name. I mean, he's just been stuck for 3 weeks in jail. And
well, he's going to be there for a year or two if you don't come up with the bail. And I would suggest if they modified the bail, your parents should put it up to get him out of jail and then get him an attorney. I mean, your parents are going to go into debt or you're going to go into debt. This is not going to be easy. They want to make an example of him.
You know, what do you do, though, if the guy is not in his right mind?
Well, that would be for an attorney to help him through that.
Exactly.
If truly there were some extenuating circumstances. Mike, I feel bad for you, man.
I understand. My parents don't have the means to help him at all. I mean, the only option he has is a public defender. That is it.
I'd agree with this. In fact, I'd even say I don't know why they're putting $25,000 up. No offense to you,
but Mike,
I agree.
Yeah, but so do you think your brother should sit in jail?
I would like the public defender to find out who that is and be able to maybe get permission for my brother to communicate with.
No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, okay. How does my brother get the details of the
that's that's called discovery. It's provided up front. Yeah. By the accusers, by the prosecutors, to the defender, so he has to talk to his public defender. Now, you can be in on the meetings when he meets with a public defender, but I'm going to venture a guess that they're not giving your brother a high priority. And it's unfortunate.
I agree.
But here's when did they say this allegedly took place? How long ago?
He was arrested like 3 weeks ago.
But did they say it happened? How long has this issue been going on? When did he apply for this?
Over 10 years.
He must have. Yeah, but Mike,
something happened
in the last 3 or 4 weeks. Something happened
right before his arrest. In the articles I'm reading, it indicates that over a 2-day period there was some activity to them that warranted arresting him.
So he thinks that extortion. He probably went online and made some threats.
Or he made some phone calls.
They want to make listen, Mike, at some point, this is terrible, but You can't help them. I know you want to be able to talk to the defender and say, listen, let's do this. It's not going to work that way. Your hands are tied, Mike. Your hands are tied.
I'm estranged. I haven't talked to him in like 10 years.
Well, you should keep it that way.
I'm taking care of his dog.
No, but he's worried that his parents are going to get milk now.
Yeah, but my parents are elderly, and I'm worried about my parents.
Well, then tell him not to put up the house. Well, what, you really believe he might take off?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they should put their house up as collateral, and I don't know what they're going to do. You know, if he's a flight and he takes off and then they hire a bounty hunter to recover him and it costs $50,000, that's on my parents, correct?
Right.
I mean,
that's right.
You bet.
Every dime is on your parents.
I'm with this guy. I don't think. Let me ask you this, Tom. I hope you don't mind me going here, but
go ahead.
You had a brother that
crazy.
And
he ended up in prison.
That's what I'm saying. What would you do? And
he got out finally, but there was nothing we could do because he couldn't help himself. He was nutty, and your brother sounds nutty, and sometimes, Mike, there's nothing you can do about it.
It's tough love, or
in fact,
whatever.
What was your basic reason for calling? By the way, let's get to the root. What was your basic reason?
$25,000.
Were you wondering if the judge can modify it?
Yeah, the judge modifying
all day
it
long
and requiring an ankle bracelet. Having my parents as collateral.
Well, that's it. And a judge can do all of that. Judges have incredible power.
Yeah, I think the DA and everybody set it at 25 thinking there's no way this guy that's homeless is ever going to come up with it. And then when they did come up with it, they went to the judge and said,
that's exactly right.
We need more.
I have a feeling your brother, I have a feeling your brother's going to want to fight this and is not going to cooperate with the defense team. I just think he sounds like one of these crusaders who jousting at windmills. You know what I'm saying? You know, just
he's on X demanding that this is an attempt to. This is his tweet on X. This is an attempt to collect a debt of losses, damages, and interest from the date of the Manitou Springs recreational marijuana law being illegally placed on the ballot. Blah blah. I mean, he goes on and on.
He's one of these nuts. Now they may do nothing with him, but he could end up with a prison sentence. And listen, man, there are some times there's nothing you can do about stuff. And this is one of them. You got to tell your parents that they should distance themselves from him. He does sound, look, he sounds like one of these nuts. Now he might have, there's a little bit of truth with everything. By the way, Renew Home Innovations, the guaranteed lowest price for furnaces or ACs or water heaters or any major home replacement. That's right, you've heard it. They're joining the guaranteed lowest price club from Tom and Mark and Renew Home Innovations. You want a furnace replaced or you need one, you were told you need one, get the guaranteed lowest price. 303-862-5554. RenewHomeInnovations.com.
I think Jeff Jolliffe is towing now.
You think what?
He's towing now. I'm trying to understand this. I just got sent this from a listener.
He sounds like one of these nuts that you can't do anything about.
No, he's sick. He's sick.
It's terrible.
He's sick.
Okay, I'm going to do Red Rocks and Excel first. They need to do something about their website URL because it's confusing as hell. Red Rocks, and their name is Alliance.
She's working on it.
Okay, good. Excellent. Red Rocks Roof and Solar is now Alliance Roof and Solar. And Alliance is doing commercial solar systems. They're alive and well and doing well. If you have a business, maybe even a home-based business, an agribusiness, you're a landlord, or you have a warehouse or a factory, you want to get a solar system paid for mostly by the government with great incentives, and you can make positive cash flow selling back to the grid and to end users. Find out more from Alliance, specializing in commercial solar systems. 303-704-2449. Call them. Even if you don't think you have a business, if it's home-based, you might be surprised. RedRocksRS.com. Hey, Excel Roofing is Excel Lighting, technically. Now they do roofing, of course, but they're lighting up your life with their holiday lighting, or what I call permanent LED architectural lighting. It's wonderful. It can make game day colorful. Mark and Suzanne have this. He says hundreds of thousands of combinations, all controlled by a smartphone and AI. You will love this, and it's totally hidden when they're not on. You can get your instant right now, your estimate right now, your bid right now at excelroofing.com. Special mapping software. Go to Excel. You put in your address, and you get a price, and they're the lowest price on the market. excelroofing.com.
You know, John Clays, he is the branch manager for CMG right here in Denver. Now, CMG, these guys are the bank. If you need a mortgage, or you need a line of credit, or a reverse mortgage, or anything to do with a home loan, go direct. You gotta call John up. These guys, CMG, lend out $2 billion of their own money every single month. The lowest fees, the lowest interest rates. You're going to love these guys. Give John a call, 303-882-6679, 303-882-6679, or go to partnerinlending.com.
I misunderstood the post. He's not towing, but he's up in Windsor now. He's trying to sell parts on Facebook. Up
That's
in
the
Windsor.
guy?
Yeah, he has
Jeff Jolliffe.
Yeah.
No, this not.
No, we're talking Jeff Jolliffe.
Oh, Jeff Jolliffe.
Jeff Jolliffe.
Yeah.
I was on to a different thing. Other than your...
So Jeff Jolliffe is now selling parts.
On Facebook.
We got to go back
Facebook
to
one.
Janine real quick.
Oh, yeah, we got a lot going on, man. This House bill thing.
Cindy's
all
been
that
holding
crazy
for
shit
over
going on.
almost an hour. He doesn't have to.
Mark, remember that refund
Cindy, just
from
be
Johnson
patient with
Controls
me.
for
We're getting to you as soon as
$23,000?
Yeah.
That came through.
Oh, good.
Yeah. They emailed
That's a
me.
big deal,
Can you go
Dee.
down there?
Yeah, well,
How come this guy's not calling in?
Until 2 o'clock.
That's a great update. We got to do
Oh,
that.
we did the update last
Yeah,
week,
but
but you weren't here. $23,000
All
bucks.
right, I'll
I
let
got
it
an
go.
email from their corporate office saying, "Hey, we dispersed it."
Nice.
But you guys did the update.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Mark is in Friday.
one of
Do
your
you
guys.
want to come in with the car guys? Do you want me to come in with the car
I
guys?
can come in.
And
I
so
can
you
come
can
in.
be home, or
No, I can come in.
okay.
I've been avoiding stuff for my immune system, but I'm getting stronger.
You sound stronger.
And yeah, it's gonna be a little road. It's gonna be a little road, but I'll do it.
Who wants coffee or water?
I'd love coffee. I
I'd
didn't know
like a
I didn't know
triple-
we could do coffee. Only black
Yeah,
here.
no, we can do coffee.
You want one of those fake cream?
We don't have them.
Yeah, we
We
do.
don't
I
even-
bought a whole box.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, they're in there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah. Yeah,
No, it's real cream.
Oh,
Can you make me a triple venti latte?
not what he has, but yeah, I do. With a sweet and low.
With sweet and low? And
Yeah.
how many creamers?
Just one.
If we have heavy cream, do you want that instead?
It's no good.
It's too old.
Throw it out.
It's going to garbage.
Just brought some.
It's at least 2 weeks old.
It was nasty.
Hey, Mark. Yeah. So when I start
Placing.
on a schedule for my company, weekday, I want to do it on KOA.
Okay.
Okay. So I go through you. Okay. And
I'll have.
But I want you to decide.
I'm going to have killer rates come It's not going to be till January.
I
but
want you to decide how I should do it, though. Like you have a system where you hit hard and then lighten, hit hard, lighten. But I want to go over the plan and.
Well, I'll be honest with you on KOA. I think we get.
I want to get Ross.
I was going to say Ross or Mandy.
Ross.
And Ross will have the morning, so that's going to be better.
He was a broker dealer, Ross, and we're meeting next week.
Yeah, my point was, I don't think you do them yourself.
Oh, no. No, and we might do a little two-way spot for one of them or whatever, but whatever we do.
Yeah. But I'm saying he's going to be the doing the lives. Yeah. Because that's what you want to do is book lives. Unless you got a $5 pizza, I'm telling you, lives are the only way to go.
We are still going to make that attempt. We're going to get out there and be heard.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. Hey, Tom, we have a listener.
And by the way, Cindy, I just want to tell you, we will take you to Brad O'Brien right after the break. I'm so sorry we're running out of time.
Yeah, this is going to be real quick. We'll probably get to her in a second. But listen to this. Janine, one of our YouTubies, we call them, actually sent me something. Did
we
you
call
know
them YouTube morons, but go ahead.
Photo radar in the state of Colorado, they cannot go over $75. I didn't know that. Now, I'm not talking about fees or anything else if you don't pay it, but they can't charge you more than $75. What you sent us, as you know, was the wrong information on the ticket. It wasn't have anything to do with speeding. You need to get down to that courthouse in the next couple days. They're not even allowed to go over $75. Do you get what I'm saying, Janine?
Yeah. I've been researching it again since I've talked to you.
Yeah.
And then there's a Colorado statute that I could give you the number 42
And what does it say?
Yeah, what is it?
105. It says that if you're going over 25 miles per hour, then it doesn't apply.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because what I'm reading right here, listen to this. The maximum fine for a photo radar speed violation in Colorado is $80 if it's in a school zone, and the maximum is $75 if not.
That's it.
That's it. It doesn't go into anything
why don't
else.
you just? And what are they trying to get from her?
300 and something. And what they have in the ticket, you've gotten plenty of these. They show your car speeding.
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome. So, but it says 45 mile an hour. She was doing like 76, but then it quotes a law that has nothing to do with it. You got to get down to the courthouse. I just wanted you to get that information. Simple as that. You got to get down there.
They're limited, so pay the $75 and be done with it.
Now, Chris or Cindy, I'm sorry, what's your question for Brad O'Brien?
We'll be thinking about it during the break, but we want to start you right now. What's going on, Cindy?
Hi, thank you for listening. I was referred to you all. My daughter works at Cardio, and I talked to a few firms. I think I don't know, maybe looking for guidance or advice.
Okay, what's going on?
I rented an apartment in 2020 from an apartment complex here in Colorado Springs. Long story short, been dealing with black mold the whole time. They didn't mitigate it correctly, and then I just found out in this August, that I have hypersensitivity pneumonitis, which is a mold exposure. So I was forced to move out. I had just signed my 6th lease with this company. Always complained about the mold, and they didn't mitigate it properly. And then now they're not giving me my security deposit back.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be straight with you here. Mold and all of that. I understand people have sensitivity to mold. I understand it. And I also understand that it's a part of habitability if it's truly toxic mold. Black mold's not always toxic. Toxic's not always black. I don't want to get into mold right now. Most mold is not harmful. However, if you have a sensitivity and had to move out, Brad, are there any exceptions in the law for this kind of thing?
Well, I think our question is about the security deposit.
Yeah,
security deposit.
Well, she broke her lease.
Yeah, you can use the warranty of habitability statute to break your lease early, but you have to go to court to do that. So whenever the lease terminates, that's when your rent stops. And that determines what, if any, security deposit that you get back. If you paid up the rent through the termination date, you should get your deposit back.
But did you go to court to get out? Did you sue him?
No.
She just left.
I worked for I work for the county, and I took my medical testing results in and told them that that's why I needed to move out. They allowed me to break my lease, and then told me that I would get. Yeah, they told me I would get my security deposit within 2 to 4 weeks.
Oh, hey, so they did release you from the lease. That's great. Hold on. We've got to go to this break. You hear the music, but if that's all true, Brad, she should get it back.
Yes, she should.
Yes, you should. Hold on, Cindy. We got a lot going on. Mike's got another question for our attorney, and one line open, 303 Martino.
Oh, what is?
Those are the creamers.
No, I don't want it. I already know where he's going. He's going to say, you say it's cream. There's no cream in it.
There's no carbs, no sugar.
No, I know.
Stop me when I
It's nothing but delicious.
Stop me when I get to cream. Ingredients: water, coconut oil.
Yes.
Sugar,
By the way, coconut oil is good for you.
Sodium caseinate.
That's my favorite.
Love the sodium caseinate.
If it doesn't have phosphate, it's not real cream.
Monodiglyceride.
By the way, the coconut oil is good for you.
Oh yeah, of course.
You realize that's shelf stable for 40 years.
Oh, it's like this is the cockroach of the food industry.
Oh my God!
But this is not as bad as the original coffee bean.
Oh, I'm sure.
No, seriously.
No, I'm sure it's much less harmful than
nuclear waste.
Nuclear waste.
PFAS.
Byproducts from the refineries. The stuff that accumulates in the bottom of the oil pan in the engine, it's much less harmful than
I'll bring in some heavy whipping cream. I don't know when. I have to come in tomorrow.
Oh, I'll bring it. It's very nice. I'll just bring some.
Well, I'll bring some in. We're going to the Broncos game tomorrow night.
Everybody loved it because there was only like this much left in that carton.
You going to the Broncos game?
With the Szymanskis. He and his wife and I get along really well. I don't know if you've ever met Madeline. Yeah, she's a doll.
Do they have seats?
Yeah. Yeah, remember Mark got shit on last time. He got sprayed on.
Oh, God.
With the woman with diarrhea.
They have 4 tickets?
They have 4 seats and...
They have
I'm good, thanks.
every game.
Yes, for every home game. I don't know about...
That's cool.
They've had season tickets forever.
So do you do a lot with them?
Oh, we try to get together. I don't know, we did a couple things with them last year. And a couple things this year. We took them to Metallica with us this year. That was a lot of fun, back in May. Or June.
Where was that concert?
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show. Hello, Joe. Hang on for me. We'll get to you right after the break, okay? At 11:15. Hang on. Or 12:15.
Oh, you're actually having one.
Oh, it actually tastes like coconut.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I like how you taste that.
It says no refrigeration needed. That tells you something.
Forget about putting it in your coffee.
This is going to go into
Drink
my
a little
savings
drink.
stash.
Are you a prepper?
I'm not a prepper, but I do like to be prepared. So I do have.
That's good.
I'm not a
You're
prepper, but I like
You're
to
a Boy
be
Scout, not a prepper.
Yeah, so so I do have an emergency supply of proteins and fats for both me and the cats. And
Oh, back to the cats. So they like if you give a mouse a cookie.
yeah, they love the pictures.
Yeah.
One sat in my lap, the other one sat on the arm of the armchair while I read the book.
What'd you think of the story?
I love it.
It's adorable, isn't it?
Yeah, and the illustrations are great. Wonderful illustrations.
Did you ever read that one to your kiddos, Brad? Did you give a mouse a
I don't
cookie?
know. I guess why. You read that to your cats? Is that the deal?
Dimitri does. It's a book I had from my kids being little.
Yeah.
So anyway, he'd never heard of it. I brought it in. If you give a mouse a cookie.
Probably.
Yeah. It's an old classic, I guess.
Yeah, that's a really good book.
Where'd you guys stay in Maui? Where did you stay in Maui?
We stayed at the Fairmont.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
We went there for dinner one night.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
They had a couple restaurants.
They do have a couple restaurants.
One restaurant was right next to the pools.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that where you had dinner?
Yeah, we learned a nice secret. Tell them it's your anniversary. They'll give you a good seat.
Oh, yeah,
Right
yeah,
next
yeah.
to the-
Yeah, that's cool. Yep, we stayed at the Fairmont on both the Big Island first and then Maui. So it was really pretty. Brad and his wife went to the Fairmont in Maui for dinner when they were in Maui.
Yeah, that was way nicer than the Fairmont on the Big Island.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
It was called Co. The restaurant was called Co.
Yeah.
Yep.
Japanese or something.
It's probably the only place we didn't eat.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we went out almost off. When I say out, we went off site.
They had a card to take you all the restaurants.
Yeah, they give
around.
you a car to bring you wherever the hell you want to go. The room was absolutely phenomenal. 2 different areas. When we'd walk out of our room, the ocean, it was perfect view of the ocean. You're not like the beaches in front of you and shit. But the pool was right there. So we could walk right out of one of our 2 sliding glass doors and be at the pool, which was kick-ass.
And Mark made friends with the chickens.
Oh, my God.
They knew when to show up at
me.
our patio door for popcorn.
Every night, right about 3 o'clock.
Did you have a cabana?
No, the cabanas were right in front
They
of
were right
our
in front of
room.
us.
Oh, okay. And we had a little patio with lounge chairs of our private.
I mean, not cabana. What's those little?
They're homes.
Oh, yeah, little.
Oh, one of those. Oh, no, we didn't have a chalet. We didn't have one of those. They do have a bunch of the chalets in the front between us and the pool.
If we knew that, because we were there with some friends for the week,
yeah, we would have.
If we knew that was an option, we probably would have done it. But they're 2 and 3 bedrooms.
Yeah, and minimum $5,000 a night is what they told me.
Yeah.
See, now it gives me a really good handle on what Mark is referring to when he mentions that book, which he does from time to time.
Oh, yes, he does.
So that really helped out.
It's a pretty good book, actually. I mean, it's so funny it became political. I mean, my mom read me that book as a kid.
Oh, I didn't realize it's such an old story.
Oh, my God.
Well, I think Mark...
It's so political.
I think Mark and I will have a fundamental disagreement on the true undertone meaning of that book.
What do you mean? You mean in real...
It was just with a little kid. You give them a cookie, they want milk, then they'll want a napkin, then they'll want a drawer for the refrigerator.
Right, but there is more to it, which actually presents a countervailing argument to the way Mark uses this book.
Well, the way I use it, I never used it until I found out it was political. Then I looked up why is it political.
Well, you used to say that even before the neighbor event. If you give a mouse a cookie.
That's true.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to it that has gone unsaid in this room to that book, which is actually a countervailing argument.
What is it? What do you say? Well, spit it out. You'd make the worst attorney ever. The judge would have already fucking gave you some kind of punishment.
To make the counter argument, you first have to make the argument, which you haven't done.
Well, but Mark makes the argument.
The argument is the book, if you give a mouse cookie,
the giving never ends.
The giving never ends. So there.
Plus, there's no self-sufficiency.
Well, Mark, I think next time you bring it up, we should have that conversation.
No, we should have it now.
More interesting.
No, I'd like to have it now because we are having the conversation, but we have to start.
This is an intellectual conversation to be had.
Well, with the exception.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, what's going on? This is the longest running radio show with the same host still on the air. Now it got Marc Mager, and we are kicking ass for you. We'll do whatever it takes to help you if we can. Now, sometimes we can't help you. By the way, this hour brought to you by Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He'll do an analysis of your home in this crazy market and let you know what it will sell for with his 30 years of experience. He puts the numbers to it, the comps, the neighborhood, the supply and demand, the interest rates, and he'll let you know what your house will sell for and what you will net, even what you can buy. Frank Duran, that's all complimentary. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. And speaking of real estate, Mark, who do we got on board here?
Brad O'Brien. In fact, we left off with Cindy. She's in an apartment in Colorado Springs, and it's just been a nightmare for her. And in fact, there was mold. Then she went to her doctor, Brad, and the doctor basically, I guess, confirmed, right, Cindy? That you had
sensitivity.
Sensitivity to mold.
And most people do, by the way, have a sensitivity to mold, but it depends on how much mold and all of that. The mold is a separate story. Here's the real issue. She said they let her out of the sixth lease. She signed the sixth lease.
That's
Shortly later, she got the diagnosis. She figures, I don't want to live like this anymore. And Cindy, did they write to you and say you're released from the lease, or in what way did they indicate you were released from the lease?
I work for El Paso County here in Colorado Springs, our county, and I went to the county health doctor. And when they sent me the PenRad imaging to get the images, they called me an hour later and told me wherever I'm exposed to mold, please find it and get away from it. So when I took that letter of what the findings were to my apartment manager, I told her, I said, I can't stay here anymore.
Yeah.
I said, I have been sick the whole time I've been here.
Right. And what did they say at that point?
They said, that's fine. I have a medical reason. And so they would go ahead and work on breaking the lease, just turn the keys in and give them an address for my security.
Will they deny that, by the way? Will they say they never let you out of the lease, or will they go along with your story?
I'm not real sure, but I have all the pictures and proof of the mold. I had
the mold. You see, the mold isn't the issue because you didn't go about the habitability law properly to get out of the lease or to get it fixed, which you had the power to do with rent money. But I don't want to get into that because the issue is this: will they acknowledge the lease was that they let you out of the lease, and if so, then you should get your deposit back.
She should get it back unless they're saying you damaged something. Is that a possibility?
So in other words, they'll acknowledge they let you out, but maybe they're keeping it for another reason?
No, because they were really happy. They always said that I kept it so clean it was a turnkey apartment.
So what reason would they give you right now, because they are keeping it? What reason do they give you?
When I called her 2 weeks ago, she said she had an emergency out of state and she would get it to the home office, but they were going to keep 150 of the 500. And I asked her why, and she said admin fees. And I said, but I moved out for help.
Hold on. Chime in on that, Brad. Admin fees, is that something they could keep a security deposit for? Forget about the whole breaking the lease, because apparently she didn't.
I think if the lease did say that they could deduct admin fees from the security deposit, then they can do it.
If it's in it, but if they didn't mention it, that shouldn't be part of it. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
So what does your lease say about what they can take from the deposit? Does it say anything specifically?
Yeah, it says that when I moved in, it's a $500 deposit and $150 non-refundable.
Oh, they did. Okay, so they did say that.
Well, that's a heck of a thing to leave out.
So they can take it then. Most likely they can take it.
She's just saying it sucks because of the mold.
Let's get one of our deputies on it to call and get that back for you, because really she needs to get that back to you. So
I just have a lot of medical expenses from living there, and I've been, it's unfortunate.
Now, I'm sorry. I feel bad for Cindy, and I'm going to put her on hold, but I got to bring this up. I don't necessarily agree with you on this one.
Well, I don't think she's trying to get that money collected, not the medical money. She's just stating that.
No. I'm saying it says in her lease it's a $500 deposit, and $150 of it you're never going to get back,
right?
No matter what,
right?
So why should she get it back? They let her out of the lease.
No. I'm asking. I don't think she's getting any of it back. That's the problem. I want to call and make sure she gets.
Hold on, maybe I got that wrong. Cindy, are they giving you the $350?
They say they are, right, Cindy? But they're not doing it.
Right, they say they are, and she told me 2 to 4 weeks. That was September 5th.
Yeah, see, so that's the point we're calling on.
Got it.
Do you want to make a quick call, Deputy D?
I'll be happy to.
Deputy D will make a quick call and say, hey, listen, you guys came to an agreement. Where's, she understands the 150, but where's the money?
And he's in the recycling business, so he gets results.
So stuff disappear. Where's the money? That's a fair question to ask. Brad O'Brien, on the topic of the habitability standards and enforcing that in the lease, would you say on a scale of 1 to 10 how difficult it is for a consumer to do that? If they follow the rules, is it difficult?
And what are the rules?
It takes a lot of homework to get up to speed on the warranty of habitability and how to use it. It gives you the steps where you have to get. essentially you have to give the landlord written notice of some defect or, like.
Now, Mark, I did a whole PDF on this that I put up on social media. Go ahead.
The
I'm sorry,
landlord then has a certain amount of time, 1 to 3 days, depending on the severity, if it's an emergency type thing or health or safety issue that's quicker. Like,
well, let's take real world. Let's say no hot water heater broke.
Yeah, that's a quick one. So the tenant needs to give written notice to the landlord. That could be email or an online submission to their website.
And then they have 3 days to repair it?
No, they have a reasonable amount of time, right?
No, it actually says certain things, 96 hours, 24 hours.
To fix it or to address it?
To respond.
Yeah.
To respond. No. Then they have, yes, they do have a reasonable time to fix it.
Yes.
And if they don't do that, then the tenant can go to court and do a couple of different things. Either get the lease terminated early, get a court order ordering the landlord to do the work, and or get a damages award.
Now, one of the things they do wrong, Brad, is in the part where they get to withhold rent. A lot of them withhold rent and they just enjoy a discount.
Yeah.
Well, because they probably didn't give written notice would be one.
Yeah. Well, a lot of tenants think that I'm going to withhold rent and I have the right to do that because the landlord is not fixing this problem quick enough. The habitability statute does allow a tenant to do that, but only after the landlord has been given written notice and hasn't responded in a timely fashion. And then the tenant then has to go get an estimate from a contractor to do the work. And that estimate that's the amount that you can withhold. If it's a $500 repair, you can only withhold $500 after you've done all those notices. You can't withhold, the $2,000 rent, for example.
Or your medical bills.
But no matter what, the call we get all the time, people think you can force a landlord to fix something. You simply can't force it. You're not going to get a court order to have them fix something. Right. You're just not going to get there.
The habitability statute only applies to habitability things. No heat, no power.
But you still can't force them to fix it, is what I'm saying. You can go through a self-eviction.
That's right. Your ultimate solution would be to withhold rent to fix it or to leave, right?
No, you can only withhold an amount.
That's right, to fix it.
To fix it. Okay,
yeah, amount or to leave.
No, you get a court order ordering the landlord to do the.
Okay, so that's
work.
what Mark was saying. Yeah. You can get an actual court order ordering them to do it.
What happens if they simply can't afford to do it?
The landlord?
Yeah.
Oh, that's their issue. They're going to get in trouble. Maybe they shouldn't be in the landlord business.
Well, I'd agree with you, but we get that call a lot.
Yeah, I've heard one landlord says, well, my insurance company is considering my mold claim and they haven't paid out yet, so I can't do the work. No, that is not an excuse. Landlord has to return it to a habitable.
So you can literally force a landlord. I don't want to get into absurdity like a bankruptcy and stuff like that, but in general, you can go to court and get a judge to force the landlord or to impel the landlord to repair something under the Habitability Act.
Yep. The tenant also could get a hotel room paid for by the landlord.
See, some of that is interesting when it comes to the Section 8 calls we've had, Tom. If you think about those.
You're right. We get a lot of them. And
because they can't move.
Warranty of
There's
habitability.
Nowhere to go.
Again, I'm going to repost it, but I have a PDF here that is pretty. In fact, it came as a result of talking to Brad. I took notes. Then I went online and researched. And I give step-by-step instructions on what the law says. Just basically establish the issue. First of all, it has to fall within the parameters of the law. And that's what Brad just said.
So,
and you should have evidence. It said that would be a good idea to have photos, videos, expert reports, medical records, if applicable. Just to have on your side.
To have everything.
Provide written notice and clearly explain the problem. And then give permission to the landlord to enter, to fix it, and deliver the notice in a way your lease allows. Some leases require a certain kind of notice, like a registered mail or whatever. So and then the landlord must respond. It says here, I think I got this accurately, within 24 hours. They have to respond.
Yeah, that's for a life, health, or safety issue. It's 96 hours, I believe, for less severe.
Yep, they must. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It says here, maybe I have this wrong. They must start repairs within 96 hours for urgent problems. That's not in the law that you know?
No, I did refer to 96 hours, yeah.
They must start. Okay. If repairs are not started, you may move forward to remedy the problem and deduct the cost of repairs from your rent. But you have to give notice, hire professional, pay, and send invoices to the landlord and deduct the exact cost of repairs. You can't take out extra money.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to dive into this. Imagine every business out there. If you own a business, I don't care pretty much what it is, but you, as of January 1st, are going to have to disclose the total price. Think about that. The total price. If you own an automotive shop, shop supplies better be disclosed. If you advertise at a restaurant for a $5 steak, it better be a $5 steak. It's the craziest law you can imagine.
And it goes way more than that as a burden on businesses. Wait till you hear some of this, and then we'll talk about how poorly it's written. It's going to be an administrative nightmare. It really is. So we got more after this.
So, if you give a Dimitri a peanut.
Next, you'll need some coffee.
Next, you'll want coffee, and then you'll want special cream.
And then he'll need to go use your restroom. And then he'll need to wash his hands, so he'll need some paper towels.
And so.
You have like nice...
U.S. Mortgages offering mortgages to you right now. Listen to this, a 5-year fixed rate at 4.99 or below, and that's 6.04 APR. By the way, they're 30 years strong. That means you can depend on their exclusive lowest rate for life program. If rates go down, once you refinance with them or get a loan with them, if rates go down even by as little as 0.5%, you get refinanced free of charge. No lender fees, no appraisals. You're a customer for life if you want to be. And no matter what rates do, you'll get the best prices with my friend David Chemansky at U.S. Mortgages. Now, it's the lowest rate for life program. Remember that. Plus, $4.99 for 5 years fixed. That'll get you through the choppy times right now, and you can refi out of that whenever you want. 303 low rate. 303 low rate. Or usmloan.com. That's usmloan.com. Okay, has the cold really hit? Of course it hasn't. Fix It 24/7 wants to prepare your furnace with a complete refurbishment. That's what I call it, because they take it apart, they clean every nook and cranny, and then they inspect and do an extreme clean tune-in check, all for just $39 for new customers. Now, that means not a new customer, new, but if you've never had it done, they want you to experience this extreme clean tune-in check. To book it, go to fixmyhome.com and click Book Now. That's fixmyhome.com. Book now.
You know, it's movie time. I got Joe Chiano with me right now by phone. But check this out. We got a totally free movie, includes popcorn and drinks and everything. But more importantly, what this movie is going to teach you is about Social Security, the good, bad, and the ugly. And let me tell you, there's possibly a lot of ugly coming up on this deal. And it talks about retirement in general. In fact, I want you to Google the baby boomer dilemma so you can see what this movie's about. But it is in Aurora at the Southlands AMC, and it's coming up on, Joe, what date is it?
It's the 13th.
November 13th. It's coming up real quick.
Right, day after tomorrow. Week after tomorrow.
Yeah, week.
And, Mark, one of the things that I do want to mention is that, the movie talks about, when you're young, you want to have your account, wherever you have it, a 401k or any
IRA, whatever.
Growing, right? That's the whole objective. But when you get near retirement, like maybe 5 years before retiring or 5 years after, you want to make sure that the money that you have is not facing the volatility of the stock market.
Yeah.
Because you could lose it and that could really derail.
And you don't have the time to make it all back up.
That's right. That is right. So the movie is really timely for today. The market has been going crazy, up and down. People are getting tired of that. So there's a better way to plan for retirement.
Well,
the key is to get a guaranteed income for life.
I love everything you're saying, but people, you really do have to just Google the baby boomer dilemma. If you haven't seen it, you're going to enjoy it. It's a real movie, and it's 100% free. Remember, November 13th. That's coming up a week from tomorrow, and it's in Aurora at the Southlands AMC. You got to get signed up. It's a movie theater. There's only so many seats. Suzanne and I will be out there. MyMoneyMovie.com. Go there right now. Get signed up. MyMoneyMovie.com.
It's so funny. I don't know if it's because of where he's from or, his English or what, but he said a week after tomorrow, where you and I would say a week from tomorrow. Yeah, he says a week after tomorrow.
Well, he's from Mexico City.
Which is, there's this whole argument in this studio, Brad. Mark will say, it's like, oh, do you want to meet next Saturday? Mark thinks that's this Saturday. To me, this Saturday is this Saturday. Next Saturday is the Saturday after.
And I agree.
Don't try to argue that with Mark.
So if I say, do you want to meet next month? Is that actually January? No. Seriously,
Mark
that's crazy.
Being extreme.
Well, it depends on how close you are on the weekends.
All right. But if it's Sunday, I'm still going to say this Saturday or next Saturday. But that's just me.
If you're on Sunday,
you would say next Saturday being.
I'd be talking about.
Everybody clarifies though. So I mean, okay, Tom and I are going to meet next year. So literally, that means we're meeting in 2027 in your mind.
No, 2026.
That would be the coming year.
This coming year.
The next year.
I thought that's this year.
Hey, you know what?
Tommy said it, not me.
Remember, though, Brad, this is a guy that thinks the Beatles is better than the Monkees.
Because I know I know that I won. I'm never going to get into.
One of them had their own TV show.
Savvy says just use exact dates with Mark. It avoids the issue.
The Monkees made a guest appearance on Gilligan's Island.
Yes.
In Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, we've been alluding to this and talking about it, and I want you to wrap your head around this because really and truly, coming up on January 1st, 2026, it takes effect.
Yeah, and it's HB-25-1090. House Bill 25, meaning 2025, 1090.
Now, Brad, can you sum this bill up based on what you've read or what the law does?
It requires professionals and other service providers to conspicuously disclose the total price that the consumer can be expected to pay in one number.
In one number up front.
Yes. So
who's excluded from this?
Real estate brokers, cable companies, anybody regulated by federal law.
I want to give the other side how the people that wrote it would state it. They would state it. It's protection against deceptive pricing practices.
Yeah, I said that early on today.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, that's the intent. And this is an amendment of the Consumer Protection Act in Colorado. So,
and Polis signed it on April 21st to kick in on January 1st. But go ahead and tell people about it. Like, coming from an attorney, how do you read this right now when it comes to your practice?
Okay. So whenever you advertise, like at a price, like a landlord advertises they have an apartment for rent and what the rent is going to be, that's got to be it.
They can't add to it at all.
So utilities, a lot of landlords actually have collect rent plus utilities from the tenant. You can't do that because that's a number that changes every month. So landlords are going to have to build utilities into the base rent amount so that it's a fixed number that can't change.
All right, let's talk about home services. People go out for a water heater. Plumbers go out for a water heater. If they simply say, get the best prices, or if they say pay $19.95, or I guess here's what I'm asking: if they don't advertise price, then they don't have to give it, or are they compelled to give a price?
No, they have to give this disclosure on this HB 1090 disclosure in advertising, in quotes, proposals.
What are they?
And
what
they
is
should
it?
also put it on their invoice.
And what will it say?
There's no specific language that's required, but I think
what is
it would be
it, though?
smart to refer to call it an HB 1090 advisement and say the total price that you could be expected to pay is this amount.
But do you have to give a price? Can't you just call for a specific service?
Well, I think they're saying if you do give a price.
Yeah, but what if can't you just avoid prices altogether?
Well, perhaps in
do you have to put in
perhaps
pricing?
in advertising, but every contractor uses a proposal or an estimate up front.
No, they do.
That's got to have the total amount.
Okay,
as a single number.
Got it. So, but if here's what I'm concerned about. If people are advertising and they just don't talk about price, they just say, use us, we're the best, we love you. They don't have to say, and this is what you're going to pay.
Yes, I think that is true.
So if you go to our house and you go through Franktown, there is a billboard right there where Cleary Building used to be.
Right.
And it says furnaces, $4,999.
Okay.
That's what it says. And then the phone number. So it better be exactly $4,999.
You can't add anything to that.
Right. So like a roof price, well, if there's anything that they would normally charge extra for, like I was just thinking roofing. Oh, your
bad
roof
decking
is too vertical.
or bad decking underneath the roof. When they tear the roof off, they discover a bad deck.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
They find something
What
else.
happens then?
I don't think that's going to be allowed.
Well, and what happens if someone does break it?
So
Let's say someone breaks this rule.
Yeah, so why this is so important is the teeth of this new law, which is if you don't give a proper disclosure, then after the work if the work is already done, the service provider has to refund all the money upon request.
Look at that. You buy a new furnace and it's not $4,999. It's $5,860.
Well, let's say, Mark, you're putting in a furnace.
Yeah.
And let's just use these numbers to make it easy.
Sure.
$5,000 you advertise.
Yeah.
5,000.
Yeah, on a billboard.
You're putting the furnace in.
Yeah.
And you find out
a code upgrade.
You find out, that's right, that the flue or the exhaust vent, or you have to bring in fresh combustion air or something else. Certainly there's got to be a way to make an auxiliary invoice or to get an approval for that. Yeah. There's got to be.
I'm not aware that this law provides the mechanics for those nuances of how to actually use it.
So somebody in business, if they give a price and they have to increase it because something else is discovered, like if the roofer says this roof per square, so the roof is going to cost $38,000. Okay. Now, they're tearing it off, and they find that the flashing underneath is rotting, and the decking needs to be replaced. Certainly, there's got to be a mechanism to get an auxiliary.
Great example. No, I don't think the law provides how to address that.
So, if their original bid at $38,000, you're saying they're going to have to provide it, or simply just put the roof over bad decking. I mean, I'd say to the consumer,
get bitten by the teeth.
I'd say to the consumer, I'm not allowed to raise the price, so we're just going to have to put the roof over the bad deck. I mean, what else? See, I don't understand. They didn't think this bill through.
That's his whole point.
Yep. Right.
It's a piece of crap.
So now, automobiles, I'm all for accurate pricing, but sometimes it's not inaccurate.
Oh, well.
It's that you haven't dug into the problem yet. So, Mark, you're going to do
we used to advertise
a water pump.
Well, even past that, we used to advertise a 1995 oil change. What does that include? Well, that includes 5 quarts of oil, the oil change. It doesn't include shop supplies. It doesn't include other fees that are put in there.
Okay, when I go to a dealer for service, they say, okay, the 15,000-mile check is going to be $13.95.
Sure.
Okay. Now, I'm at work and I get a text or an email or a phone call saying, we found this.
That's a different service.
And this.
I'd argue that's a completely, you said you might as well take your water pump. The water pump's $500. They find out you have a bad starter too. You just entered into a new agreement on the starter.
Okay.
But they can't call you up after the $500 on the water pump and say, well, we can't get that particular brand one.
So we are consumer advocates, but I often say being a consumer advocate is also being a business advocate, because really and truly you want good, strong businesses. You don't want price gouging. I don't like that. I like the idea of one fixed price up front that the consumer agrees to, but there has to be leeway for the business with no ill intent to be able to get more money for more work.
But that's
the point I'm making. So,
but it's written so horribly.
So, God.
How about a dentist? How about if you go in to have a cavity filled?
Is it a long read right now? Is it a long read? Because I find it hard to believe there's nothing in there for auxiliary kind of claims. Like once you give a price and you run into new problems, not the original. I can say, no, I am doing that water pump for $600, like I said. I am. But this is something else. So can that consumer say, no, you have to cover it under the $600, or can they enter into a new contract for that new item?
I don't know.
See,
this is so new. I only found out about this like last week, so I really haven't gone that deep into it. This has been even though it passed back in April, it's really a surprise to most people, including attorneys here in Colorado.
Yeah, I don't know the nuances. I go back to automotive. If you advertise a tire, 235/75/15 Wrangler radial for $99, do I gotta add in everything else?
Okay, let's give another scenario. So I'm doing the water pump for $395. I find other problems, and the consumer says, yeah, go ahead, or doesn't even address it. It's just going to be more money. And I'm going to the consumer, and the consumer says, no, give me my money back. Okay, and the mechanic says, no, I did all this work. I'm going to at least finish the water pump. And they say, well, I don't want you to finish the water pump because now it's going to cost me more money. And then the mechanic's going to say, yeah, but it's costing you more money because there's more work. And the consumer says, nope, under the law, I need my money back. So the garage says, screw you, finishes the water pump, and does it. Now, who's going to go over there? Is a police officer going to go over to that mechanic and say, you need to give the money back and release the car? I mean, who's going to literally enforce it that way?
This is enforced in the courts through civil actions.
So then, no matter what, you have to bring a civil action.
Yeah. Now, there's no notice requirement. The consumer can go straight to court, and it's under the Consumer Protection Act, so there's attorney fees if the consumer wins. It's a one-way fee shifting statute, by the way. So if the business wins, they don't get attorney fees. And the fines are $20,000 per violation, $50,000 if the consumer is a disabled person.
I just thought of somewhere where this is going to be massive. All the car dealers out there listening, they never advertise their $850 dock fees. They never advertise any of that stuff.
They don't. The transportation fees, the dock fees, the prep fees, the
fees on fees, the fees for the fees,
the lubrication when you bend over. None of that is disclosed.
And I think in that respect, this is a useful piece of law. Because when you advertise a car for $19,999,
I am not arguing.
Oh, no, I know. I didn't take it that way.
I like, Dimitri, I love holding businesses accountable to not screwing people. Now, moving companies, oh my God. Now, moving companies, if they're doing business and moving people out of Colorado and the contract starts here, but they're now in Florida, can they come back to Colorado to enforce it? See, it originated in Colorado, or it ends up in Colorado.
It's probably the language in the contract.
Well, I think this applies to where the consumer is in Colorado or the business is in Colorado. So if one of those two is in a different state, but the other is in Colorado, it applies.
So if a moving company right now advertises, because here's what they do. You know that. They advertise the first price. That's out the window. The second guy comes to load and gets more money out of you. Then the third guy holds you hostage at the destination. So with the 1, 2, 3 punch, we truly will have some teeth for that moving company now. I mean, not teeth, but we'll have a way to sue them.
I don't know. There's an exception for those who are governed by federal law. And moving is interstate, isn't it?
You're right.
Well, if it is interstate moving, there's local movers that do the same thing. Not as bad.
No, not as bad if they're local. But so you're saying there's an exception. If you're federally regulated, you don't fall under this law.
I think so, yeah.
So
damn. And let's not forget, this is only advertised pricing we're talking about, right? You've got to advertise the price.
The way I read it, and to get back to Tom's question, how long of a read is it? I read the actual bill.
All right, hold on.
Let's talk
we
about
got to
that
break
coming
this.
back. People, if you have any questions or comments, give us a call. I also read, I have an executive summary in front of me that is not probably the entire bill, but was it a long read, yes or no on that one?
The original bill is only 11 pages. Now, what the final result is, I don't know. It's probably shorter or longer because of many, many amendments that probably happened. But the original bill was only 11 pages, and it was pretty easy for me to understand.
I'm Tom Martino with Marc Mager and our expert today, Brad O'Brien. I'll do Sheridan first.
So I did the whole $5,000 for a furnace, and they want $6,000. It basically says refuse to pay the $1,000. Report to the authorities, the Colorado Attorney General.
Yeah, that's Consumer Protection Act.
And then they can fine the business $20,000 per violation or triple damages if intentional. And then file a private CCPA lawsuit.
That's where I come in.
And you can use small claims too if it's under 7,500.
I don't use.
And then it says the next step: win. It literally says win.
What about
full refund, damages, and interest?
Where are you seeing this?
It's Grok.
Oh.
It reads it, and then I give it a scenario. What happens?
By the way, the interest is.
Hey, whenever we look for auto repair, we want honesty, integrity, we want experience, knowledge, and how about convenience? All of that at SheridanAutotech.com. Now that's on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. Plenty of parking, lighting, security. It's a wonderful, beautiful place. And he does great work at low, low prices. 303-455-7242. 303-455-7242. It's where I take my cars, and I advise all my friends and neighbors to go there. SheridanAutotech.com.
You know, I want to give everybody a little bit of a different perspective from my wife when it comes to DiscountBath.com. Suzanne, you dealt with Steven when he came out last week doing our entire bathroom in the hallway. What
Sure
do you
did.
think?
Oh, I love it. He came out. He's giving me great ideas for fixtures and whatnot and different options. He's very opinionated and lets me know exactly what what he thinks looks good and doesn't look good. I love it.
Do you think he had any kind of strong arm tactics when he tried to close?
No.
Not at all.
Not at all.
We've had people out, everybody there listening has had people out to their house that have strong arm tactics. The guys at Discount Bath do two things. They do bathrooms and they do it at discount prices. No strong arm needed. You're going to love their prices. You're going to love their service. You're going to love their products. You got to check them out. DiscountBath.com. That call's free. Go to DiscountBath.com, call them up. They'll send out a designer, go over all the options, and it doesn't matter if you got a $5 million home or a fix and flip. It doesn't matter if you just want a shower conversion from an old tub. They do it all. DiscountBath.com.
That's where the cancer industry is. No, they don't care. You know, it's not that they don't care, they just don't have any.
So give a mouse a cookie, please.
Oh, you give a moose a muffin. You're getting that for Christmas.
Oh, thank you. That'd be great. So, Mark, to begin with, that mouse was a delightfully whimsical creature. And I think that you failed to acknowledge that in your references to him.
He's a sweet mouse.
Yeah. Now, here's the...
I've met homeless people that are sweet, so what's your point?
Here's the more important part. The mouse, in a show of gratitude, swept the entire house. Furthermore, he mopped the entire house.
I'm getting this book back.
Then the mouse drew a picture of
I never got that far in the book.
What? Oh, God.
Are you sure about all this?
Yeah, I read the book.
Yeah, okay, keep going.
Which you didn't get all the way to the end. And, Mark, I know it's a big
I'm not seeing him sweep anything. He may even end up washing the floors as well. When he's done, he'll probably want to take a nap. You know, it's crazy.
That's fine, but...
That's what no, you just misrepresented everything you said.
Here's
He
where
might
I'm
get
going.
carried-
He's a whimsical
He
little
might
piece.
get carried away and sweep every room in the house.
See? So I challenge you
right
to
now, but he has
discover
to go
a
back
home cleaning
twice a
service
year
that will
to
sweep
go
and
get,
wash all
CAT
your
scan.
floors
Just for the ability to slip
for a
on
mere
them.
cookie
Moving
and a
in
glass
and
of milk.
Yeah, okay.
And you understand there's drip pricing involved with a straw, the napkin, and a place to nap.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
That's the drip pricing mechanism that the mouse employs.
And well,
But
you
the
have
consumer
patient
still got the
cells all
bargain
over
of the
your
year.
body. So one of the things is,
Not to mention,
Okay.
he got to
it
bask in the presence of
it kind
this.
of limits
Yes.
white blood
Of this
cells.
delightfully
Whimsical
whimsical
mouse.
little mouse.
That's why we have a cat and mouse traps.
To me, he's
Or
a
had
pain
a
in the
cat.
ass little mouse, and I love my kids, but little kids are a pain in the ass.
But if they
So to me, he's just like he's a typical little kid.
If they swept and washed the floor
Let me see the book, please.
for a mere cookie and a glass of milk, you would have a different view of the pain in the ass.
Now Mark's going to actually read the book.
All right, we'll talk to him in a couple of weeks. I'm going to watch for his lips moving.
Tim Medlin says, why the hell are you carrying around that book? I guess it's a little weird when they see Mark going, give me that book. Oh, okay, yeah, here it is.
See, look at the little whiskers and the pinky ears.
Tim, we were talking about the book, and Deputy Dimitri had never heard of the book or seen it, so I loaned it to him so he could read it to his cats over the weekend. And the squirrels. Did you read it to the squirrels, too?
No, the squirrels are outside.
Oh.
Okay, you left out the reason. You left out a huge reason. Okay. The whole reason he's sweeping the
Because
floor.
he gave himself a
Because
trim.
he gave himself a freaking haircut, a trim.
Yeah, and that's-
he's big deal. He's picking up after you give him a bunch of stuff,
Yeah.
then he picks up after himself.
Yeah.
Oh, praise the Lord!
No. He swept up the entire house, not just the bathroom.
First of all, it says he might get carried away.
I didn't get in on this conversation. I wanted to know what his
Give the
argument.
mouse a cookie. Oh,
I know that. but
because
he said
he's
there's
saying the mouse offers to sweep up after himself in the book.
Yeah,
So he's
so-
not just.
He asks you for a pair of
Sucking
scissors.
the-
He trims himself, and then he sweeps up his mustache or
But
whatever
not
he
only
trims.
that, he sweeps the entire house.
So
He
are you saying?
might.
But everything
Here's all I
begins
want to
with
know.
might.
Here's all I want to know.
Yes.
Should you give him a cookie?
Absolutely.
No
Yes.
way.
No, absolutely. You should give him a cookie.
Mark
Why?
does not give mice cookies.
Wait a minute. Why?
Well, because for one thing,
It's whimsical.
So you're all for
Giving the mouse.
deadbeat social.
Wealth.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here with Marc Mager, and we got the gang in the studio, and we're talking about this new bill, well, this new law that takes effect January 1st, and it stems from an amendment to the Colorado Consumer Protection Act, which, by the way, came from House, and it came from the House Bill 25-1090, which turned into this law. And really, I shouldn't say the law; it's an amendment to an existing law, but it's incredibly poorly written. Is that your biggest criticism, Brad O'Brien, as an attorney? And didn't you say the entire Bar Association agreed that it was vague and did not like it?
Yeah, I think that bar association groups asked Governor Post not to sign it, and he signed it.
Now, as politics go, again, everything's politics. This is where I split, and I have loyalties on all sides. I want better legislation to help consumers. I want that. I want consumers to be protected.
I think we all do, especially as consumers.
Right. I do. But at the same time, you can go too far. Do you think this goes too far, or it's just poorly written? See, think of that question now. Do you like the idea of this? I like the idea of it.
Well, I think it's just not feasible for certain areas like practice of law. Attorneys, like, for example, doing a court case, are not able to give a single number that's the total amount.
Can't you just say, I don't know?
That's going to be what the attorneys do. They're going to say, they have to give an advisory saying the amount that of the total price is not discernible at this time because it's a function of our rates and how many hours, something along those lines.
But I'm thinking of people like, I don't know if Mike Wink does this anymore, but, you have
his bankruptcy.
Chapter 7.
Yeah, he had a bankruptcy price.
$14.99. This is going back 20 years, but $14.99 bankruptcy. you could no longer advertise that because anything in the world can come up in a bankruptcy.
Well, a couple of areas in the law are lend themselves well to a fixed price, but just a couple. Maybe estate planning, maybe consumer foreclosure, bankruptcy.
No, but even bankruptcies, you could run up against problems all day long in a bankruptcy
with creditors filing motions against you.
Yeah, right.
Okay, now let's talk about accounting. Can't you just say it's so much an hour, or an attorney so much an hour? What do you not? You don't have to give a total price. What if you just say?
That's what it says. Though it says a total price.
Hold on.
Even what the attorneys are going to be doing, which is giving some advisory saying it's not discernible, is not going to comply with the law, with the statute.
What do you mean?
Because that's not a total price. I'm not able to say this is a total price.
You can't just give an hourly rate.
No, I don't think that's not a total price.
Holy crap. I mean, this is weird. So a lot of these home services companies, they do low come-ons. They do
I do think a lot of this, so what I'm reading, and you read it, Dimitri, and I didn't mean to interrupt there, but I think it truly is in advertised prices, something that's advertised on a billboard or a magazine or over the air advertised.
If you're going to advertise a price, that is. Like Dimitri, what did you discern from that? You read it.
Well, to answer Mark, the point that he just made, it's not just advertised, it's offered price. So the way I understand it is if that moving company comes in and says, we're going to move your stuff from A to B for $6,000, that's their offer.
That's the advertised price.
Well, but it also says offered.
Yeah, no, right? I agree with you.
Oh, okay. Advertisement to me means like the billboard that you cited earlier. Offered
is but that's saying both.
Yeah, I think that's what it says.
All right,
I just don't even know how they do it. I keep coming back to that. I don't know how someone says on a furnace or on a water pump or anything, they advertise it for $1,500 and then they show up and it simply needs a code upgrade. Where do they go from there?
Yeah, and it's not their fault.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even know how that works.
I mean, they're doing the furnace, and the inspector says, "Wait a minute, this doesn't meet code."
I hope they can't go after the TV
Brad,
station.
In my opinion, if in my limited opinion on this so far that I know, if you are doing a furnace and you have to do some code upgrades, you have to. The inspectors came to inspect and said that. You go to the homeowner and say, here is the price for that, and it's a new agreement. It doesn't have to be part of you're saying we agreed to that price for your furnace and we can do it. But with the code upgrade, for the code upgrade, it will be this amount. So you have two separate agreements.
Maybe if it turns into a second job, you do a new disclosure on the second job.
It's alongside the first job, though, which is weird.
But that still doesn't stop the point that they advertised something for $1,500, either over the air or on TV, and they couldn't do it. That's how I read it. We got to take this break. Hold on.
Companies are excluded.
Does it really say that?
What does it say?
Moving companies are excluded from it, too. It says...
Yeah, because they're federally regulated, right?
You know, it specifically...
says movers, period.
Oh, is that... Are real estate brokers in that same area?
I didn't get to that part. Delivery... I was looking up the definition of delivery network company, and it refers me to this previous law, and I read that previous law, and it says delivery network company does not include towing trucks.
Mark, do you know that I went and landed at George Donaldson's house?
No, did you?
Not last weekend, but the one before. So now I got two houses to live.
Is it tricky or no?
Yeah, a little.
I mean, like ours. Is it more tricky or less?
Yours is cool. Yours is cool. All right, let's talk about $39, not a penny more, to clean, extreme clean, tune, and check your furnace. And I mean that sincerely. Fix It 24/7 adds life and efficiency to your furnace for the best price ever. We're talking about a couple of hours dismantling the furnace, cleaning every nook and cranny, reassembling, tuning, and adjusting everything that needs to be done to put your furnace in tip-top condition. That's $39 for the extreme clean, tune, and check. To get it done, and that's $39 because they want to show you. They want to be your furnace company. So at that guaranteed lowest price, call them at 720-526-3939 or go online. That's fixmyhome.com. Book now. Fixmyhome.com. Then click book now. Hey, if you're in an accident, a car accident, you have a lot of questions. You know, a lot of people do. John Fuller has devoted his practice to talking to clients or potential clients up front with no obligation. Do you know how important that is? Most have intake centers or they have to have you sign up before they talk to you. John Fuller will talk to you. He'll give you any information you need about your case, what you should do from here. And you know what? It's all free of charge, complimentary. Then if you do want to hire him, it's up to you. It's on a percentage fee basis, and you still have that personal access with his personal cell phone, honest to God, that you can call or text at any time. He really means it. Putting personal in personal injury, that's John Fuller, Fuller Law, and you can find him at referralist.com or call 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500.
All right, so a week from tomorrow, we're talking November 13th, free movie event at the AMC Dine-In Southland 16. Joe and Jordan are going to be out there. Suzanne and myself are going to be out there. The movie is called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. Look it up. It's about retirement. It's about Social Security. It's a good flick, a lot of education there. You're going to learn about Social Security and some other things. The bottom line is AMC Dine-In Southland 16, a week from tomorrow, November 13th. Get signed up right now. Limited seating. In fact, we'll buy the popcorn, the drinks. You go to mymoneymovie.com. mymoneymovie.com. See you then. Here's what I'm reading about realtors. Check this out. What is exempt are certain fees like title insurance, escrow, are exempt from total price requirements if governed by federal laws like RESPA. Not excluded, commissions. So real estate broker commissions are not exempt and must be included in the total price or clearly disclosed.
Who brought this up to begin with, I wonder?
Brad?
No.
Brad and Mark.
No, who did the law?
Yeah, there's this one local legislator who has a history of bringing up, he's also an attorney, he's a class action attorney, he's a legislator, he does both at the same time. He brings up bills that pass, like some landlord-tenant kind of things, that he can then bring class action lawsuits on.
Oh, which one is it? What's his name? I mean, there are a ton of representatives listed here that are sponsors. I'd love to talk to him about some class action stuff.
Yeah.
That attorney that you mentioned, was he just a divorce attorney earlier?
Paul Faglia? Yeah, he was a divorce and criminal defense.
And does she have his number if we ever need him?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Cool. Because, yeah, that's good to have as many angels.
Mark, I didn't realize you booked that Polaris thing. I was going through my junk folder, and your email went right in. Both emails went right into my junk folder for the Polaris Hotel whiskey event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize you booked it till today.
I'm looking forward to that.
And I've had it in my inbox for 2 weeks now, or junk box.
Yeah, it's not Stranahan's.
It's Buffalo Trace.
It's the main distiller, Buffalo Trace, the head guy.
Distiller's coming out for an event.
Of course, they only do last one. So it's Sirota, Ricks, Baconberg, Rogan,
At that,
Becker.
you know where it's at? At the place
Durant,
where we had
Garcia, Hamrick, Jackson, Joe.
Honest Accuracy event last year. That new
Oh, yeah, down in
Polaris.
Springs.
Custom Phillips, Story, Titone, Weissman, Cutter.
I'll look at it.
No, that's okay. I can
See, I asked Grok this. It read the whole thing, and I said, okay, if it's, I'm going back to the furnace, 5,000, and now they want 6,000 because of a code upgrade. Grok's argument is that had to be in the original price because that is required for them to install it, and if they're advertising it at $5,000 installed, you can't upcharge them.
One of my morons has a comment I want to talk to.
Yeah, if it's part of the original job, then it's not a separate job.
Your morons on line one.
It says, in order to make that compliant, the ad would have to say something like, furnace installed 5,000, code upgrades extra.
That's all?
That's what it's saying. But it's saying if they didn't advertise that second part, they're breaking it. Think of all the people we have advertise a water heater at $14.99 or whatever it is. It affects all that. We don't have any extra language in any of that shit.
Yeah. So everybody's going to have to give a disclosure that somehow explains why it doesn't apply.
We got to figure out where that literally affects us as well.
Or just stay away from pricing altogether.
Well, you can't in an estimate or a quote or proposal.
Not in advertising.
That and more on The Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino. Let's go to Tim, although we might run out of time, and I'm hoping Tim will hang on. He was making, are you my YouTube moron, one of the morons? Because you were making some good comments. Go ahead, Tim. Mark, Tim. Okay, go ahead, Tim.
Are you there?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So yeah, I think there's a section that talks about this issue you're discussing about, like for mechanics or contractors or whatever.
When they discover extra stuff?
Yes. So there's an exception if you can demonstrate that the person offering it cannot reasonably, so if there's, let's see, if the total price cannot reasonably...
Hold on, man. I got to put you on hold.
Please hold, Tim. Please hold on. I know where you're going. Maybe if they didn't know it was coming up or couldn't anticipate
Having
it.
4 kids and 4 years.
This really, to me, it comes down, well, your scenario is correct too, but the advertising part, you can't advertise something unless you're going to do it for that price. That's really what it comes down to. Yeah. And some things I don't understand how you would advertise, or even it would be even strange if someone gave a price over the phone and you were recording the call and you said, well, how much is a water heater? And they said $14.99, and you have the conversation and they come out, you have code upgrades, all kinds of shit's going there, and they don't do it. They could be forced to do it.
Well, I don't think it applies to over the phone kind of stuff. If it's in writing, then you have to give the advisory for total price.
The car dealers, I don't know how they're going to possibly do it. Like, think of leases. These manufacturers advertise $99 leases, $4.99 leases. That's not talking about all the other shit. It's not talking about the down payment. It's not talking about any of that. They're not even going to be able to do that.
Well, they should talk about the rest of the stuff then, and they can keep
Yeah, but now you're talking, okay, how do I tell someone in 30 seconds that? It's impossible.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Also, landlords, is it 1 month's rent, or is it, if it's a 12-month lease, is it 12 months of rent as the one number?
God, didn't you think of that?
The total price is $24,000. Whoa! Nobody thinks that the rent is that much for a year.
No, that's a great one. So if you're, Okay, I'll tell you one where I like it. I like most of these scenarios I'm coming up with. I'll tell you one. Everywhere they advertise on the internet, everywhere. Any hotel you go to.
Oh, God.
Hotels are the worst. It says $99 a night. By the time you're done, it's $250 a night.
You're right.
You've got parking.
What about tickets? What about, oh, no, they don't advertise.
Oh, it actually
prices.
mentions ticket sales specifically.
Ticket sales are insane.
Yeah, but they don't advertise prices with tickets.
Bullshit, they don't.
I've never seen them.
Oh, my God. You can go on to any site right now. Give me one. Ticketmaster. You can go on there, and you can actually see a ticket for $99. It'll end up costing you $150 or more all day long.
And they can't do that anymore.
You buy tickets all the time. Is that not correct?
What? I wasn't listening.
When you go on to Ticketmaster anywhere, you can, it'll say $139 for the ticket, but by the time you're done, it's $200.
Ticketmaster has an option, at least at one of them, Ticketmaster or AXS or both, have an option. See the price with fees or without.
They'd have to get the without going.
So you can
That's
see what the with fees are. And I could be thinking of Game Time, Mark, but I know there's a couple of different outlets that'll say, see the tickets with fees.
Any hotel, especially nice hotels, let's say it's $400 a night, there is no way it's less than $600 a night when you're done. And then if you're bringing a car, God bless you, then you're paying parking.
The resort fee.
The resort fee, that's another one.
But is the resort fee considered a junk fee?
Well, you have to pay it. Anything you have to pay. Here's the Gaylord right now. Let me just see what they want per night. This is crazy. It's crazy. I'm at their direct website, and fine, tonight, view rates. So I hit view rates, and it is advertising at the Gaylord for a standard room, one guest, guest room, one king sofa bed, $605.
Tomorrow, I'm going to be at home. Normally.
Yes.
Wait, how much?
I think Mike
$605
Robinson's going to come in
for a
here
room?
unless you want him at your
that's
house.
the night rate.
It's up to him. That's up to him.
Okay, here's another one.
Is it extra? It's extra
So
long to go to my
advertised
house, I think,
605,
right? Yes.
but on the next screen, that's only if you're a Marriott member.
Okay.
So I bet you can't do that anymore.
That's right, which is a good thing.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
That is a good thing.
By the way, D, I'm going to be at my house tomorrow, and then Mike Robinson's coming in here.
What's another one where you have to be a member? There's all kinds of things where if you're not a member.
Country Club?
Maybe.
You mean to get the special price they have?
To get a special price. They make you sign up, get an email.
A lot of online sites do that. Like
That's what Gaylord just made me do. They advertise 605, but when you go to the next one, that's the Marriott member rate.
You know, I predict that everything's going to stay the same because there's no one in Colorado. They're going to have to bring civil actions, and consumers aren't going to do it.
Hell, I'll bring a civil
YouTube
action.
says might affect Mark when he buys a suite and then resells the seats within the suite.
How would that affect me?
I don't know. I'm just reading comments.
I would advertise it for whatever I'm selling it for.
Yeah, MR.
Yeah, MR. Block them.
You MR Vegas GPA.
Well, you're not a service provider.
So that one for 605 is actually $749.20.
Really?
Yeah, that's crazy.
January 1, I'm going to book a room there.
You and I both. In fact, we're going to get
Dimitri's gonna milk this for all it's
with a king
worth.
size bed, Mark? No, I don't think I.
Just so you know,
Let's have a
they
blowout.
already ACH'd me the money, I believe.
For the car? Oh my God! Congratulations!
Congratulations to you.
Did you sell the car?
No. We're talking about the damage to my son's car that the guy wouldn't pay. Remember, I wanted to pay him this one. So he wrote it up for county court, and we mailed him a copy saying this will be. And his insurance company, which ignored me, called the next day.
Yeah,
as soon as I got the email. So what's funny is
I can't believe they tried to screw you.
That insurance company was ghosting me.
Did they include the $1,000 I demanded?
Yep.
You demanded?
No,
for
yeah,
the...
except for there was just one thing they took off at $80 for. Oh no, you're talking about diminished value.
Yeah.
No, I waived it. I waived it
okay.
to settle it. But the rental car, the only thing they took off the rental car.
You should turn
was
around
the
and sue the
delivery
guy
fee.
now for the diminished value.
Well, I can't sue him, Tom.
Yeah, you should. Turn around and sue that asshole. Made you wait a year and a half. Sue him for the diminished value.
Do you think there's any on the for that damage on the Tesla?
Fuck yeah. A Tesla with any damage is fucking like crazy hit. Probably more hit than anything.
Well, Tom already waived it, though.
Yeah.
He already waived
pay
that.
diminished value. They pay to fix it, to get it fixed.
Yeah.
They don't pay diminished, do they?
Right.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Not if it's your own insurance company.
No, of course not.
You usually disclaim.
If you're the at fault, if I hit you, you can come after me for diminished value. My insurance company will pay it. Absolutely.
We had a car accident this year and they paid to get it fixed, but not diminished value.
You
the
missed
other
it.
the other party.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have demanded the other party. You don't have an agreement.
What year was the vehicle? What was it?
24.
So you 24 what?
Tesla.
And how much was it worth?
Who knows?
Just give me an amount.
What kind of Tesla do you have?
Think
Why?
Think of
The
15.
Y
Do you like the
Think
Y?
of
by the way?
15% of the
I was
value.
thinking about a Y.
It's still not too late for
I got a
him.
3 and a Y.
I know it's.
My
Unless
son
you
has a
waived
3.
something during
I was
that
thinking of a
settlement.
Y just because the X.
Don't waive it.
I don't remember
Getting out
waiving
of-
it.
It's hard
I
to
don't
get
think
in.
you.
We want you to come with us from 6:30 KHOW to KOA, 9 to noon.
Please come with us because you don't know how much we love you guys.
Starting Monday.
I'm very excited about it.
Over on KOA.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here with Marc Mager. And by the way, I want to tell you, if you're looking for a furnace, all right, now, the guaranteed lowest price, RenewHomeInnovations.com guarantees the lowest price, and they want you to put them to the test, whether it's a furnace or an AC or even a water heater, any major replacement in your home, guaranteed lowest price, bar none. They say, put them to the test. Now, it's got to be, like with like, 303-904-2000, 303-904-2000, RenewHomeInnovations.com. We've been discussing this amendment to the Consumer Protection Act, which started out as House Bill 25-1090. And it really says, in a nutshell, what does it say in a nutshell, Mark?
Well, it's trying to protect consumers from false advertising.
And it's saying, not just advertising.
You've got to give one total price.
You can't, and it doesn't have to be broken down, but it must include everything. Brad O'Brien, attorney at law.
Real quick, here's a great example where everybody agrees this law is going to be great. Everybody out there has gone to a hotel at one point, and it says it's $99 a night, or $100 or $500.
Turns out to be what? Yeah.
It turns out after everything else is added, it's $200. They're not going to be able to do that anymore.
Brad, give some other examples of things that won't be able to be done under this law when it takes effect January 1st, 2026.
Well, just any service provider, accountants, engineers, attorneys, anybody. It just doesn't seem workable because me as an attorney, I might do a court case that could last a month if it settles early, or I might go a full year if it goes all the way through trial. How am I going to give a total price for that?
But is your choice not to give a price at all, though?
Well, I can't. I'm not going to give a total price because it's impossible to do that. I'm going to have to give an advisory that says that it's not feasible to give a total price.
Then we talked about, and bring up Tim. I'm sorry, Tim is one of my YouTube morons. That's what I affectionately call our people who listen to our channel.
Or just Tim.
Yeah. And Tim, moron Tim. No, Tim, he was listening to us discuss what happens if like a roofer finds bad decking underneath after giving a price on a roof, or a guy doing the furnace, there's some code upgrades, and the inspector says, oh no, you have to do this too. Is that part of the furnace deal? And how do you get the extra money? Because according to the new amendment, you have to give a full refund to the consumer for that. You can't charge more money. Tim, you said maybe we're not reading it as closely as we should. Go ahead, Tim.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a terrible bill. I think it's going to be kind of a pain for small business owners to comply with it. But they did try to address this issue, and it might even apply to the legal fees issue you just said. I'll just read you this clause briefly.
Okay.
There's an exception if the total price of the service cannot reasonably be known at the time of the offer due to factors that determine the total price beyond the control of the person offering the service.
Okay.
Including factors that are determined by consumer selections or preferences or that relate to distance or time. And there's a couple other requirements.
That wouldn't affect, for example, a code upgrade.
Well, if it wasn't, I mean, if they didn't know about it at the time.
You could say we didn't have any reasonable way of knowing that the decking under the roof was...
Tim, that's purely not how...
Well, that's not how I'm reading it. It would cover the bad decking.
If it would cover the bad decking, if, let's just take Excel Roofing, if they said a new roof installed $10,000, and that was the advertisement, they better do a new roof with code upgrades and everything for $10,000. If they advertised it, a new roof... code upgrades extra if needed for $10,000, then they'd be fine.
Then what if, though, then they find bad decking? As Tim said, that clause would cover them.
Maybe.
Because if they could show that it was beyond the control and that they were not able to find the decking before they started the roof. And you're right, Mark, you do have to tell them, you have to say up front, we may find other factors, and if we do, the price will vary. But it can only count for factors that you can't reasonably figure out.
Do you agree with that, D? You read it, too. I'm one of the few people that haven't read it. I read the executive summary, but did you read the whole bill, Mark?
No, I did not.
Okay,
I did. And Tim is absolutely right. It does have that.
So do you think it's reasonable, those provisions make it reasonable, D?
Yeah, and it says that you have to clearly and conspicuously disclose the factors that determine the total price.
A lot of the things are going to be good. We talked about cars. How about leasing? All these commercials run $199 a month lease. Okay, well, that doesn't include all kinds of stuff.
Now, Jeff Vick, speaking of cars, he has a question. Jeff Vick with Kimmer Transmission, one of our Auto Day experts as well. Jeff, what do you have to say about this?
Well, I can see how that could apply to me. If I quote the customer for something like, I'm putting a U-joint in there, it's going to be $200, and I can't, the customer can't come back, and then it's $295. So, but in the case of, something like an overhaul, whether it's a transmission or the differential or whatever the case may be, it requires a disassembly in order for us to give an accurate price. So the Colorado Motor Vehicle Repair Act actually recognizes that and has a separate clause for that. So which one would actually take precedence?
Yeah, does this supersede the Auto Repair Act? If it's, how would that work, Brad?
I don't know. I'm hardly an expert on this bill.
Hey, Jeff, I don't think that would, in your scenario, I don't think that would affect you. If you said it's going to be $300 to tear it down and give you a quote on fixing it, long as you didn't tear it down and say, well, now it's $500 to tear it down, I don't think you broke this scenario
Jeff,
at all.
The tear down and put back together, if they decide not to have repairs done, is one agreement.
That's
then
right.
Once you tear it down and then you find out what it's going to cost to rebuild, that's going to be a second agreement. I believe that I could easily make that case.
Yeah, you have to be able to jump to that. But if you said it's going to be $3,000 to rebuild, and I showed up to pick it up, and now you're trying to charge $4,000 for the rebuild, there's a problem.
Hey, Jeff, did you know about this before you heard us talking about it?
No, not until I heard about it this morning.
No one's heard of this damn thing.
How are people going to know about it? How, really? I mean, are they going to start advertising? How do people know? Ignorance of the law is no excuse either, though.
How about right now, if I want to go to the Broncos game and buy tickets, they're going to tell me those tickets are $300. By the time I'm done, each ticket's probably $400. They're not going to be able to do that anymore. To me, that's a good part of this law.
It is, but some of the small things, small vendors around, whether you have a small little mom and pop shop or whatnot, they can easily get burned on this unknowingly.
Well, I'll tell you where it could burn a shop like you, and I used to charge shop supplies. I used to. And people go, oh, that's just a hidden profit. No, but that's not true. You got windshield washer, fluid. Shop supplies are literally shop supplies.
I get it, yeah.
But now, a $19.95 oil change, you better disclose is $24.95 or whatever it is.
Okay, Randolph has a shout out to Brad O'Brien. He's on line 3. Randy, or maybe you don't want to be called Randy. Randolph, what's going on?
I hired Brad O'Brien based on your recommendation. I had an issue with reverse mortgage, and while I thought it was going to be really simple, it turned out not to be so simple. And every month that it went by, the amount went up considerably, and Brad went to work right away, got the job done, and made sure the funds got transferred.
Wow.
And today I received an actual confirmation from HUD that everything was done. So he did a heck of a job. I would recommend him to anybody who has a real estate issue.
Brad O'Brien right here sitting with us today, 720-370-7388. Randolph, we love when our consumers and our listeners give us feedback. Honest to goodness. Thank you very much, Randolph. And including my YouTube morons. Although they're low on the credibility scale, they're pretty cool people. They tune in every day. So we will give them special consideration as well. Okay. So we are talking about House Bill. I recommend you look it up. Give us your impression. House Bill 25-1090. All right, restaurants. The square meal deal, whatever, restaurants. Does it apply?
It applies to anything advertised.
Where a price is given up front. it must be the price, period. Is that right, D?
That's how I read it. It actually talks about restaurants and bars and brew pubs and stuff like that.
The biggest one to me is the car industry. Think of all these guys out there.
Oh, my God.
I love Deal Doug, but when he advertises a car, that's going to change everything. You better put in there the document prep, everything else.
Prep fees, all of that.
And I'm not saying that's bad. Once again, that's good. But people
what about
are going to have to know what's going on.
They call them market adjustments. And who do you think, Brad? And I know you're not touting yourself as an expert of this, but you alerted us to it. You read it. Who do you think this is going to have the biggest impact on? Are you thinking attorneys because of people wanting prices and estimates?
It impacts everybody because everybody's going to have to give this conspicuous disclosure. And also, conspicuous is probably, it's not really well defined, but it's going to mean probably something in bold on the first page of whatever contract or quote document you have. It's indented above and apart from anything else in the estimate.
Mark, we're going to be very busy.
It's going to be,
when people call us, we're going to be using this.
It's going to be the small businesses that are killed by this, the little local plumbers that, don't know how to disclose it properly. They're going to end up doing free stuff.
Anyway, we got more coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
I was talking to another attorney who's been following this, the inside legislative part of it, and I was asking, are they going to clarify this with some subsequent legislation next year? And she was saying, no, they're going to make it even worse, more stringent next year.
I can't wait to see.
Hold on.
I love how the government, of course, is excluded.
Oh, yeah, of course.
U.S. Mortgages is offering right now, listen to this, a 5-year fixed rate so you can wait till the dust settles and get a handle on the marketplace and buy that house at 4.99 or below, and that would be 6.04 APR. But think about that, a 5-year fix. Get through the choppy times, get room to breathe, and of course, you can refi out of it at any time, and you can trust them with their, listen to this, exclusive lowest rate for life program. If rates go down even by 0.5%, they refinance you free of charge. No lender fees, no appraisals. Why don't you call my friend Dave Szymanski, who stood the test of time, 30 years strong in the industry, fighting for you, a broker who searches the market to find you the best terms and conditions. 303-LOW-RATE. 303-LOW-RATE. Online, USMLoan.com. USMLoan.com. 303-LOW-RATE. Okay. Integra Insurance right now. Are they important? Oh my God, are they important? This is open enrollment. So if you're on Medicare and you have a supplement or you're looking for Advantage, or let's just say you're looking for private health care insurance for yourself, your family, you're a single working person and you want to find the best subsidies, don't try to do it alone. You'd be insane to do it. Why? Because there are so many choices out there. We all use Integra Insurance to do our bidding for us, our shopping for us. They have saved me money for 10 years. They can save you money. Let them do the hard work for you, and it doesn't cost you any extra. In fact, it saves you money. IntegraInsurance.com. 303-466-5500.
I want you to join Suzanne and I with the people at Become the Banker at the AMC in Aurora. It's at Southlands next. What is that going to be? Next Thursday,
November 13th.
Yeah, November 13th. You go to mymoneymovie.com and sign up. That's mymoneymovie.com. But I want you to Google the movie right now. Get some information on it. You're going to learn a lot about Social Security. You're going to learn a ton about it, including there might not be any money left in it in 2035. You're going to learn about retirement, but it's a good flick. You got to check it out. The Baby Boomer Dilemma. The Baby Boomer Dilemma. Google it. Get signed up. Limited seating next week, November 13th, 6:30 at Southlands AMC. MyMoneyMovie.com. I just thought of one you just said. Think of this one. So you're advertising 4.75, okay? You got to advertise. You got to do an APR that has closing costs.
Yeah, that's what I did. I just did that APR.
RESPA, maybe federal RESPA.
Yeah.
And then how about if you need an appraisal and everything
But they're
else?
they're federally regulated, so they're going to be excluded.
They're going to
from
be
this law.
excluded. Okay. God, there's so many different things.
Yeah, but really, if you think about it, Mark, we don't do a lot of advertising of price. We really don't.
No, just basically home services.
Yeah, but we don't advertise price with home services.
Well, okay, I'll give you one we did forever, and I got
the water heater.
No, not just the water heater. I remember Zero Res. They would charge. They would
Oh, they're the worst.
They would charge $99, and boy, it wouldn't even be close. Yeah, 3 rooms, $129. If you were lucky, it'd be $400. So how do you do that? How do you advertise carpet cleaning? I mean, really, how do you do that? I have no idea how you do it. You can't advertise price anymore.
And that's important for that category. That's important.
Of course it is. That's all that drives people to think of their carpet.
Hit the head, so if I'm not here, I'm not here. So, yeah.
And if we don't see you again, it's been fun.
Brad, these pants used to fit me. Oh, God.
Boy, can you imagine? There's a lot of people. There's a lot of home services. That's their whole thing.
95% of businesses won't be aware of this January 1st.
No, and except when Dimitri and I are talking about how we're suing company A through Z.
Yeah.
What is a good one you could do? I think a car would be the best one.
Get a free car out of it?
You get a free car out of it.
Go buy 10 cars on January 2nd.
I just,
dock fees. It would kill them.
I wonder if the court would be opposed to creating this windfall profit for the plaintiff.
All the court can do is abide by the law.
Maybe somebody will challenge his constitutionality as a unlawful taking.
Maybe. That'd be a hell of a fight.
Wealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. We're all sitting around thinking of different things this is going to affect. I think the biggest thing is going to be the car industry, but it's everybody. It's not just the car industry. In fact, Brad, you brought something up. I mean, someone could challenge this all the way up to the Supreme Court, for goodness sake. But I think the spirit of the law is good. No, they don't want any BS in advertising. But when the law is not written properly, I mean, what do you possibly do? There's going to be a lot of small businesses, I think, really hurt by this once the consumer even catches on. How did you catch wind of this anyhow?
Through the attorney, through the Bar Association.
Through the Bar Association.
And so it's primarily focused on how's it going to impact us as attorneys.
All right, let's pivot a little. I want to talk about, goodness gracious, this microphone. Anyhow, I want to talk about what you do in general, and I want to talk about landlords out there. It's a good part of your business. You do everything real estate. I don't care, residential, commercial, you name it. We talk about that all the time. We use you on air all the time. Do landlords come to you and they are shocked by a lot of the changes in the past few years in Colorado? Like literally they had no idea? Or do most people know to get their lease updated? I mean, there's leases out there that aren't worth the paper they were written on at this point.
Yeah, there have been so many changes in landlord-tenant law in Colorado in the last 6 years that if someone comes to me with like a 10-year-old lease, it's just going to be more practical to start over.
Yeah, you just throw it away.
Yeah.
And what's some of the biggest things that have changed? And this is for landlords out there. I know, like pet deposits. Is there even such a thing anymore?
Yeah, you can charge a $300. No, you're capped. There were no caps previously, but now you're capped at, I believe, a $300 deposit.
Is that per pet?
It's a total amount for all pets.
So if one person has 5 dogs and you allow 5 dogs, they can't get $1,500. No. It's $300 tops.
Yeah, and then also pet rent is capped at a percentage. I think it's 5%, and I forget the dollar amount per month. 5% of the main rent, or some dollar amount. One of those two.
I think the biggest thing, and what is the part of the law that basically says you cannot get rid of a tenant even though the lease is up, which sounds insane.
Yeah, that came along in 2024. The just cause eviction statute, or basically a landlord has to...
Yeah, they have to have what's called a just cause.
Yeah, a landlord can not simply non-renew a tenant who's been there for a year or more. They have to have a specific reason, like they want to sell or move themselves back in or renovate. Otherwise,
now that kicks in at a year, right?
Yeah, so a lot of landlords are maybe well served to do an 11-month lease in the first year in case they don't want to renew that tenant. But once the tenant's been there for 1 year, then they have the right to.
So even if they do 2 11 months, that 11 month turns into 12 months after the first month of the second.
That's right. It's only helpful in the first year because when that tenant has been there for a total of 1 year, then their rights to be renewed kick in.
You know, you do things on both sides. You do a lot of stuff for tenants and a lot of stuff for landlords. So in general, thinking about that change in the law, what do you think? Not a legal opinion on it. I mean,
even on the just cause?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think it makes it really hard to be a landlord, a small mom and pop landlord in Colorado. And many of the changes in the last 5 years have been very pro-tenant.
Which is amazing because it used to be exactly the opposite.
Yeah, and have increased the odds that landlords will be having to go to court sooner or later, probably sooner, and incur more in attorney fees. So it's just more overhead, more expense in being a landlord.
Or not being a landlord. A lot of them are selling.
Yep.
Hey, Brad, I hear a lot of advertisements for services such as home title lock protection.
Oh, yeah.
How big of a deal is this? And I swear I don't know anything about this, but how worried should I be that somebody's going to steal my home from under me? How successful are these scammers once they file the falsified paperwork?
They exaggerate the hell out of that.
I am not familiar with that product, but there's nothing stopping anybody from going to the county recorder and recording a deed. It should, there is something stopping them. It should be notarized. Now, if a county recorder can accept a deed that's not notarized, but if they reject it, that's a good reason for rejecting it.
Well, there's nothing to stop someone from stealing the title to your car and forging your name either.
You know, here's the deal. What title lock does is it doesn't lock anything. All it does is inform you when someone records an instrument against your title.
It monitors your property.
But let's say
now
you don't
counties
know.
Are starting to offer that service free of charge.
Right. But let's say I don't know, and somebody records a title, and a few years go by, and of course I have no idea, and then they sell my house. How likely am I going to get kicked out of my own home?
Well, you'd have your right to due process, where you could go to court, bring a quiet title action, asking the court to declare and decree that this claimant to the title of your house has no rights to your house whatsoever.
Yeah. And if ever this statement meant something, it means something now. Substance over form. Even though you have documents, if they can show that notary was, you weren't even there. I mean, there are ways to fight it. However, I would say the longer it stays on there, the more difficult it might be to fight. What do you think, Brad?
No, there is a 20-year, there's a statute that says that a recorded instrument has some validity at 20 years after it's been recorded, but even that is rebuttable.
Okay, so you don't really need to attack it immediately.
I don't think that you need to lock down the title to your house because it's not even possible in the first place.
Right. The service in my opinion, does nothing except inform you. Just like the identity fraud insurance.
Well, that's literally what it says, though. It's not pretending anything else. It says it will inform you.
It'll notify you. And the counties right now, I think all of them I think all of them are doing it free of charge. That you're notified whenever something is, and you got to give them the accurate address, and they'll notify you whenever something is recorded. But even with title lock, they notify you, but they don't do anything about it. They just notify you. I don't know why people would buy that service. You got to be super paranoid to buy that.
Thinking about that service in a different way, think about the Colorado Protection Act we were talking about. If someone advertises a cell phone service or title lock for $20 a month, boy, it better be $20 a month, right? Seriously, it can't be like
anybody doing business in Colorado when they advertise price. They have to include everything.
How about DirecTV or any of these guys? How about YouTube TV? They advertise $59.95, But then there's other stuff on there, and it's $68. So, I mean, it's going to change everything we know.
Now, by the way, Joshua, what's going on with Sheridan Police?
Well, the 12th of August, I was approached by Sheridan Police because of a Lyft driver refused me service because of my service animal.
Yeah.
And he accused me of kicking his car. Well, if you look at me and the way I walk, the police could have told right away that I was in no physical condition to have done what they're accusing me.
So what happened?
Well, they ended up, the guy ended up, he was threatening me with his car, running like back and forth, acting like he was going to run me and my service dog over. And that was all on video. Well, I brought it to the cops' attention, and they...
Wait, so did this guy call the cops and you waited there for the cops to show up?
He called the cops, and I was just waiting for a different ride to show up.
And while you were waiting, the cops showed up, but this guy was still there?
Yes.
Okay, so how did it end up? Were you charged with anything?
Yes, they're charging me with, I'm trying to think of what they call it.
Well, some kind of destruction of property or attempted or whatever.
Yes.
But here's the deal. What you now have to face this charge like you would any charge. You can't stop charges from being done. You can't really stop them. If somebody swears out a complaint, the cops take it pretty seriously. They have to take the complaint.
And you know that Uber driver's got cameras everywhere. I haven't seen an Uber driver lately that doesn't have 3-4 cameras.
Joshua, did they say you kicked the car?
They said I did.
Was there a dent or damage in the car, to the car?
Supposedly, they wouldn't let me see it, but supposedly there was.
Okay.
But I never touched the car.
No, I believe you, but it doesn't matter if I believe you. If somebody swore out a complaint, the police will write you a ticket.
Now, wait. Am I to believe? Hold on. These are the kind of calls that I just scratched my head on. So you call an Uber, you have a dog. Now,
they say, we're not taking you.
Yeah, we're not taking you. And then they would leave and go to the next ride. But instead of leaving and going to the next ride, they hang out, wait for a cop to come. I don't understand why anybody would do this.
What is their motivation is what he's saying. Why would they do this? Why would they take the time to do this?
Just to piss you off?
I predict that a huge argument ensued.
Did you have a big argument with this driver? Joshua? I think he left.
No, are you there?
No, I think he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Joshua, are you there or not? I see the lineup. Kelly, if you can get him back up. But it's one of those stories. There has to be a hell of a lot more. Don't you guys agree?
Yeah, here's what I'm thinking.
Who would hang out there?
I'm thinking that there's something to it, like Dee said. Maybe they had a big argument, and he pissed off the Uber driver, and the Uber driver called the cops. But
so you don't think the guy actually kicked his vehicle?
I have no idea.
Maybe not.
All
I would guess it's on video.
I was answering your question, Mark, which is why wouldn't the driver just go to his next fare?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I think it's because they had a huge argument. The driver had a chip on his shoulder, and he wanted to get back at Joshua by filing this complaint. Whether it's false or not, man, I have no idea.
Well, if
but
there's
Joshua
if there's a dent in the car, because this guy alluded to, the police showed up and there was a dent in the car. Now you would have to believe this driver not only hung out there, didn't want to do that ride, but then went out and kicked his own car.
Or maybe the dent was already there.
Previous damage.
And Joshua mentioned in passing, there's a video of this whole interaction. It would be great. Did you guys catch that? He said it's all on video.
But they won't show it to him.
They won't show him the dent. I don't know what video Joshua was referring to. I assume it's some kind of a surveillance video from a nearby store.
And if it truly was a service dog, they're supposed to take it.
I think
Are they? By the way, I don't know about that right now.
Absolutely. 100%, absolutely.
But there's two kinds of dogs, or pets.
I said a service dog.
Right, not
an emotional support
The emotional
animal.
support, I think, the way the country's going, that is going to be included as a service dog eventually. They're not going to need to do a service. Now,
We got a break.
Okay.
Let's do this real quick. By the way, we got a couple lines open and plenty of time to take the questions and help you out. 303-MARTINO, 303-MARTINO. Please don't forget, help at troubleshooter.com. Whoa. It's insane, man.
Yeah,
I think the guy kicked his car.
Yeah.
He said he couldn't physically.
Everything good, my friend?
You'd have to. You'd have to believe.
People took advantage of taking animals on airplanes, pigs and Shetland ponies.
Uber drivers hate it.
So now they dial that back. And
I assume you're going to do. You want to do discount, right?
Yeah, I don't care. Sure.
Try to
Was it
bring
doing
a
your house?
national support peacock on an airplane with her. Did you hear about this one? It was about 2 years ago.
I remember that.
Oh my God, a peacock? It's a ferocious animal.
Wow.
She tried to bring a peacock onto an airplane.
Can you imagine some crazy ass bringing a squirrel on?
Oh, that'd be so
Or a little mouse?
Squirrels and mice should always be allowed.
I think they changed the law like 5 years ago. Before COVID.
Snake.
Light up your life, your house with architectural permanent LED lighting. It blends into your house, and then you can accent parts of your house, or let's face it, holiday lighting, the obvious use, game day lighting, birthday lighting, just lighting up your life with Excel Roofing, which is the lowest price in the industry for these lights. And they want you to get your own estimate online right now at Excel, as in excellent, EXCEL, excelroofing.com. Put in your address, get a price. You'll love it. excelroofing.com. This smart lighting is controlled by your smartphone, and you'll love it. excelroofing.com.
You know, Suzanne and I are using discountbath.com right now. These guys are great. All you have to do is go to their website, discountbath.com, and two different things can happen. One, you can call them right up, schedule them to come out. They'll give you all the ideas. They don't try to, rip your head off. There's no strong arm tactics. They do quality remodels of bathrooms at a very discounted price. That's what they do. But don't think that takes away from the workmanship or the craftsmanship or anything. $5-10 million homes they do. Maybe you want a steam shower. Maybe you want heated tile floors. You name it, these guys do it at a discount price. And they do it without the arm twisting or any of those strange antics. Now, I want to tell you something else they can do. A tub to shower conversion, and they can do those for less than $10,000. Think of what that'll do to the value of your house. And right now, they'll do the demo and haul away 100% at no cost. That's an exceptional value of up to $3,000 off of a master bathroom. I want you to check them out, and you can even get an estimate from them by sending them just a quick little 1-minute video of your current bathroom. But it all starts at discountbath.com. You're going to love them, I promise. Discountbath.com.
Hey, Tommy, can you humor me and check your email and click this link I sent you? I'm trying to help some YouTubies who you cannot see on YouTube anymore. And it might be under that link on where, so you've got Jules Savvy. You do have her blocked. See
I
her?
do. So how do I
Savvy?
unblock? I didn't mean to. How do I?
That's okay. I just figured this out. Hit X, Savvy, I'm helping you, and Case 31.
Yeah, why?
They were both under there. That's so crazy.
I don't know any of these, actually.
Well, these are all YouTubies. I don't know why you blocked Jules or Tool Slayer.
Should I unblock them?
This guy's a dick, not him.
Okay.
But Tool Slayer and Jules, you might as well.
Okay, good.
But anyway, okay, I found it. Savvy.
Thank you.
Case
How
31.
did you find that?
I was helping Chopper last week with some people he blocked, and he wanted to unblock.
Wow, cool.
So now
I don't even know.
Go to your YouTube feed and refresh. You should be able to see Savvy. Oh, there she is. Look.
Okay.
There. He can see you now, Savvy.
Cool.
And Case 31. He's pretty funny.
I just put Savvy in timeout.
Oh, no, you did. Oh, fuck.
Yay.
So last month I had 2 trials. I prevailed in both.
No.
One against the spam.
For 60 seconds. Okay.
Another one against Verizon.
Did they actually show up?
Oh, yeah, everybody showed up. And Verizon fought the shit out of me.
Wow.
And I prevailed the trial. It was a 2-hour trial in Jeffco County Court. And
a 2-hour trial? Who were you fighting?
Verizon.
They really took that much time and effort. And what were you suing for?
the free phone you get?
Yeah.
Well, they applied the charges, but they wouldn't apply the credits. And so I sued
what reason did they have?
They didn't have a reason. They didn't have an excuse.
Then what was 2 hours about? What were they presenting? We fucked up?
They tried to, they had several defenses. Their main defense was he didn't notify us within the first 2 months. Therefore, we don't have a duty to fix the billing problems of this phone.
Well, those are the terms and conditions of a lot of these services. They say you got to bring it to our attention.
Well, it didn't work. Ultimately.
So what were you granted as credit then?
Oh, so they credited me. So I took a credit for all of the year and a half of the $28 credits, right? And then they sent me a check for $451, which I received yesterday.
Is it worth your time?
Did they have an attorney there?
No. They were represented by a woman from a department called ECT Court Headquarters.
This was county, not small.
I don't do small claims.
They can have a non-attorney represent them? No way.
Yeah, because it was under Colorado law, you can self-represent a corporation as long as the amount of controversy does not exceed $15,000.
I thought it has to be an officer or something.
So that was almost like she was, since it wasn't her personally, it was like being an attorney almost. She was representing.
Oh, she was acting as their attorney.
Yeah.
Right, because she was filing stuff. And then their co-defendant was Cellular Plus. And that too, he was the district manager. And he provided, documents from the board.
And did the judge rule right from the bench right then?
Yeah. It was an hour and 40.
Why'd they even show up? They could have got a default judgment against him for the same amount of money.
They probably thought they had an argument.
Why were they trying to fight for $500? I
don't know.
That part
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Wow, it's amazing to me that this House Bill 251090, which is an amendment to the Consumer Protection Act, can actually go through so poorly written but there are some exceptions. So I want to go,
We're just bringing the music,
okay.
Ted. Go ahead.
Sorry. So I have some text questions. Somebody wants to know if there are always extra charges involved and they can't delineate them because it would take them too long to figure it out. Can they just say other charges may apply? That's the thing.
I don't know.
What about this? One guy, and I don't know what kind of job it is, it says, I put in every proposal that any bad, rusted, leaky gas flue water lines beyond normal tie-in not included. See, that's the thing. I mean, you got to be able to exclude or include other things in the future. But he wants to know if that's okay. We don't know. I mean, honest to God, we don't know. I don't know how this is going to affect business and how this is going to affect the courts. I will tell you this. There are many provisions. Dee brought this out one time. He said, Tom, there are a lot of provisions in the Consumer Protection Act that apply. You said this right in the very beginning when you were hanging out with us. That apply to a lot of your calls. Mm-hmm. You say it's covered. You said it's an amazing law, the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. Mm-hmm. And he read it and he said there were a lot of provisions, but they were never enforced.
Well, there are two ways to enforce it. One is through the state attorney general's office, which
and they won't do it.
They just engage in a few cases where they can get some favorable publicity. But the important part was the consumer's right to private action. And there are a lot of these violations of the CCPA where the consumer is entitled to 3 times the damages and all of their attorney fees.
Have you sued under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act?
Many times. That's one of the 2 laws under which I sue the spammers. So my text message spammers and my, telemarketing call spammers. That's one of the things that's prohibited by the CCPA.
Isn't most of the legwork in that actually figuring out who you're suing?
Yeah, and making sure that they're collectible and making, if it's some schmo that lives in his mom's basement, I'm not going to bother.
Or if it's some guy that's over in wherever, Germany for that matter.
But, ultimately they can't become impossible to trace because they're trying to sell you something, right? So
eventually, what do you play along? And doesn't that negate the hey, I didn't want you to solicit me?
I've never had to play along. I've never had to mislead them like that, which is permitted. You can do that because they always, they right off the bat, they disclose what service they're trying to sell you, how much.
Then the first step, for those listening, the first step would be you must confirm you're on a no-call list.
Yeah, yes, under the Colorado law, you have to be on the no-call list, right? So, and that doesn't cost anything. It takes 5 minutes to register.
Okay.
Under the federal law, you're not. That doesn't even require you to be on the no-call list.
Okay. It's just unsolicited.
Unsolicited is not permitted.
Okay. Now, are politics excluded?
Politics are excluded. Surveys are excluded. Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Okay. Yep. And what about religious or charitable organizations?
Charitable organizations are also excluded. I don't know about the religious ones.
Well, that would be, I meant, they're usually a 501c3s or, okay, so once you establish who it is, do you have to give them a chance to stop?
No, you can sue right off the bat. Now, I used to send them pre-litigation settlement offers, but I've never had anyone take me seriously, right? Because who's ever heard of suing a junk texter? So none of those panned out. So
once you find who it is, how do you find out who to serve?
Well, if it's a real company, then I look up their registered agent and serve the registered agent. If it's an individual, then I just serve the individual.
Have you had any not show up?
Did I have anyone default on those? No. They all fight me. Mm-hmm.
They do?
Yep. Yep,
For it's a $500 offense?
Under the state law, the single call is $500. Under the federal law, it's $1,500 per text message or per phone call.
From the first one?
From the second one. So that's how I decide whether to sue under federal or state law. The federal law pays you a lot more, but they give everybody a freebie. So if it's somebody that only sent me one, then I'm entitled to $500 under the state law.
Can you bait them into sending you a second one?
No, because that's called manufacturing. Okay. That's called manufacturing your own harm. So now you can bait them. You can pretend that you want more information, but only to find out who they are, to verify your potential defendant.
How do you find out if you agreed to allow them to text you? How do you know that?
You know, sometimes when you're...
Like you sign up for Uber.
Or sometimes there's a little box you check. Mm-hmm. You have to opt out. Maybe send you first your messages, no.
Yeah, so if you do end up opting out, whether intentionally or not, you can revoke that permission at any time. And you can do that in any way you want to. You can call them, you can text them, you can send them a letter, and that revocation becomes effective immediately.
Okay, so now you found out who to serve, and you go to court. What is their defense? Is there a defense at all? Is there a defense? Why do they bother fighting?
Well,
or do they think you're not real, or what? Why would they fight it? If the Colorado Consumer Protection Act is that clear cut?
Hold on, let's let them answer it right after this. So let's hold on. I want to hear the answer to this big time. This says Coloradoans must now register on 2 do-not-call lists.
Well, that's in reference to both the federal and state no-call lists.
Do you have to be on the federal no-call list to sue federally?
No.
Okay.
You have to be on the state no-call list to sue under state law.
And you can... We are getting into a season right now where there are going to be a lot of traffic infringements and DUIs. Now, listen, don't drink and drive. I'm just going to tell you that. But no matter what, people get in trouble. They do stupid things. Or they try to calculate, hey, I'm not drunk. But here's the deal. Joseph A. Lazara is someone you need to know about. He's a criminal defense attorney. If you're in trouble, he does free initial consultations, and then he'll give you a flat rate price for your entire case. Give him a call, Lazzara, Joe Lazara. Find him at referralist.com or call him at 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200. All right. Commercial solar systems are very viable. And you can get incredible benefits to pay for most of it by federal incentives. And then what you get is you can have a solar system where you sell back to the grid power and make positive cash flow. You want to find out more? Alliance Solar. Now, Alliance Roof and Solar, formerly Red Rocks Roof and Solar, can walk you through it, even qualifying for a commercial system if maybe you have a home-based business or you have a factory, a showroom, whatever. Call them. That's redrocksrs.com, or call them Alliance Roof and Solar at 303-704-2449, 704-2449.
You know, I love CMG Financial. Let me tell you why. These guys are the bank. They are the lender. You want the absolute best rates and lowest fees on a reverse mortgage or a cash out to pay off the high credit card debt or a new purchase or maybe a line of credit. They're the only ones that I know that have the all-in-one loan. CMG Financial. Now, the good news, they lend in every single state in this country, and John Clace is the man. He's right here in Denver. I want you to call up, talk to him about any lending needs you have. 303-882-6679, 303-882-6679. The lowest rates, the lowest fees. You're going to love them. John Clace. You can also go to partnerinlending.com.
So what were you guys laughing at?
Oh, the federal, Mark looked up the federal no-call registry.
I was going to put myself on it, and you can't put yourself on it now because of the government shutdown.
I thought that was hilarious.
It is hilarious.
Like, what is it called?
I want to start suing on these for the hell of it.
Why when
Just
there's a
do county court?
I do exclusively county court now. I don't go.
Why do they turn off webcams at like national parks when there's a shutdown?
I have no idea.
Zero cost.
No idea. Well, same with this website. I can't imagine. It's not a database. You pop in your number. I'm sure there's not a human looking at my phone number.
I think you're just trying to let people feel.
Tom, weren't you in the 90s involved in that U.S.
junk faxing
fax law? So
yeah,
it's the same thing. It's the same set of
laws. We got a shitload of money from people, and then
it's the same thing. You just what's different today is the reason that company went out of business is the state Supreme Court. Well, before he died, the state, or I don't know who died, but the real reason the company went out of business is because the state Supreme Court determined that these claims are not assignable. Oh, the injured party has to sue.
We got to hit.
Okay, yeah, that's what we used to do.
You used to like pay $20 per
hit Brad real hard. We only got 3 minutes. Give his number out, all the goodies.
Were you trying to lose weight?
Yeah, I've seen a doctor who's doing everything: blood tests, nutrition, supplements.
You didn't seem like you were over. I don't remember
you being over.
I work out and I try to get. I'm trying to get my. I don't care how much I weigh. I want to get my body fat percent down.
Yeah.
I want to be able to see the six pack. I know it's under there.
It's under there.
I've yet to find mine. God damn it.
I'm sorry. I apologize for that crass joke before.
Oh, what one? Oh, no, I don't give a shit about that. Are you kidding? Yeah. You should hear these guys.
No.
Yeah, you trust us.
Sure you weren't trying to lose weight.
Right, we should do some class action stuff.
Yeah, that's a hell of a diet you chose.
It's Brad O'Brien and Dimitri.
It's scary.
You know, we didn't even get a chance to touch on the elections, but I have a saying. Life is its own teacher, which is true. We're going to see if Mom Donnie.
He has no power, man.
But but if he truly does implement some real scary shit, and if it doesn't work, then there's no one can blame him.
There's not much he can do, though.
Are you sure?
He can't do free buses. That's all the governor would have to do.
And why are people so up in arms about him becoming?
Well, that's just part of the part of politics. It's fear mongering.
He's not going to do anything. Then it's done.
And I don't see it as
he can screw with.
They said it was a big Democratic sweep. I understand that, but these are like
they're all blue states.
Yeah, and they're small victories.
I think Youngkin would have won if he could run again. But Virginia, you can only go for, well, it's not true. You can go 4 years and then come back 4 years later, which is really crazy, but it's how they do it.
Right, I only bring righteous cases.
The profitable ones, right?
No, not according to that Verizon one.
Jersey and Virginia, a new mayor in New York City. Plus, will the so-called rich get soaked with a higher tax to cover Colorado's boondoggle school lunch program? We'll have all the results Wednesday on Ryan Schuling Live.
Hi, Tom Martino here with Marc Mager, and we have Brad O'Brien Legal Services. And right now, we were talking about a lot of different legal stuff, but bottom line, he does real estate. And Brad, what is the most, I'm just curious, what's the most common thing you get calls on as a real estate attorney? What are the most common issues?
Just assistance with buying and selling properties, first homes, second homes, investment properties, and also commercial real estate as well.
Do people do a lot of joint ventures anymore where they're getting together with partners and buying houses and do you do a lot of those kinds of agreements?
Yeah, people are going in and buying houses together.
Yes.
And
because they can't afford it alone. So I thought about that.
Yeah, so that's a tenant in common situation that they definitely should have an attorney advise them on.
Yeah. Now, when you're married, it's automatic. Some of these, you have to take title a certain way. But if you're doing it with a partner, even a relative, you need to have a partnership agreement.
Yeah, up front, in writing, to avoid.
Okay. And to get a hold of Brad O'Brien, it's olslaw.com. He can also be reached at 720-370-7388, 720-370-7388, olslaw.com. Brad O'Brien Legal Services. And don't forget 303 Martino for help, information, and referrals.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I turned off news altogether.
I hate to say it, but I don't trust much of anything.
It's the rage bait.
It feels like it's trying to divide people.
We got clear facts. Maybe we can calm down a little.
NBC News brings you clear reporting. Let's meet at the facts. Let's move forward from there. NBC News, reporting for America.
We're now in the Medicare annual enrollment period. It ends December 7th, and most folks can't make any 2026 changes after that. Medicare is complicated, but Integrity Health Advisors is here to help. Integrity Health Advisors will meet with you to discuss plan options, coverages, and costs, making sure you can see the doctor you want and get the prescriptions you need. There are lots of changes and even plan cancellations this year, so please get in touch today so you don't miss the deadline. Get started at integrityhealthadvisors.com.
Standing up for what's right, helping out when things go wrong, seeking the truth and speaking our minds, not just making records, but breaking them, leading the way behind the camera, beyond the runway, and on the silver screen. Not just making our mark, but making a difference. Now that's a job for a Girl Scout. Girl Scouts, preparing girls for a lifetime of leadership.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Federal investigators are on scene in Louisville after yesterday's crash of a UPS plane, killing at least 9 people and sending a plume of smoke and fire into the air. NTSB member Todd Inman at a press briefing moments ago says the fire zone stretches for a half mile, and he also described the plane after takeoff.
And we have viewed airport CCTV security coverage, which shows the left engine detaching from the wing during the takeoff roll.
Investigators say they've also recovered the plane's black boxes as they start the probe into the cause. The economy and government shutdown, top concerns for voters. In yesterday's elections, Democrats won governor races in New Jersey and Virginia, and Democrat Zoran Mamdani becomes the first Muslim and South Asian elected as New York City's mayor. In Minnesota, moderate Democratic Mayor Jacob Fry re-elected in Minneapolis for a third term, defeating a Democratic socialist in the final round of ranked choice voting. This is ABC News.
All right. See ya.
In Colorado, an Egyptian national accused of firebombing pro-Israel marchers in Boulder back in June was in court facing state charges. In addition, he's also facing a federal trial.
Over 5 months after 45-year-old Mohammed Solomon is accused of an anti-Semitic attack, allegedly firebombing a group of demonstrators on Boulder's Pearl Street Mall, Solomon entered a plea on Wednesday through his attorney to 184 criminal counts, including murder, filed by the state of Colorado.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, Mr. Solomon would like to enter a not guilty plea. We'd ask to set a motion hearing and jury trial.
After that, Solomon, who is Egyptian and prosecutors say was living in the U.S. illegally before the attack, confirmed through an Arabic translator that he is pleading not guilty. Alex Stone, ABC News.
American household debt levels, including mortgages, car loans, credit cards, and student loans, are at a record high, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York.